Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, November the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me. See my screen, that'll help. Excellent. Well, guys, guess we have our answer about the CPI. What a move. There's no point in my going over every single stock that was gapping up. My text to voice was going absolutely crazy in this alert window. So I had to turn it off. Everything was gapping up, and we haven't had a pullback yet. No pullback yet, but this could give us some ripe opportunities for some shorts, guys. So I will talk about a few of the things that I was looking at before we had the CPI that came out at 5:30 or at 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 my time. So take a look at, see, these are some of the earnings plays. And again, guys, I mean, I was right in the middle of creating a list, and then all of a sudden this happened. So decided there's no real big point to create a list. We'll have to see what happens if this market holds. Anyway, 6 is an earnings play. SIX is an earnings play. Nice gap up on earnings. Nice. Nice is nice. NICE. NICE is an earnings play. Purple, PRPL. PRPL, another earnings play. Interesting level, maybe if it can hold that 4 level. Now the Veru, yeah, my goodness. So the decision came out, and obviously not good at all for Veru. Negative FDA panel vote. So this was halted. Was it halted all day? This was halted all day, yeah, all day and until 7 o'clock this morning Eastern time. So wow. Here's one I don't think I've really seen before. U-Haul, or it's not U-Haul, it's UHAL. U-Haul. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. I don't quite understand what's going on. This looks like it's almost. In fact, no. There's something. There's something going on here. Is a dividend. It's also a dividend. It's an earnings play, but it's also some kind of a dividend. Yeti, another earnings play. YETI, another earnings play. An XNet, another earnings play. Gapped up. But again, there's so many stocks that are gapping up. All these ones that have been beaten down over the last little while. Now, how long this is going to hold? I mean, I'd be still inclined to take a look at some of these that were beaten up and trying to figure out a top and shorting them. By the way, guys, how is my sound? I did a Microsoft update last night, and it has really ruined my headset. It's very tinny right now, so I don't know. How's my sound? Is it normal for you guys? It's still good? Okay. Well, it's just on my end. Easy. Down boy, Jesse. Or so, I suppose Jesse could be a woman. Who knows these days? I could be a voice modulated woman. Okay, let me just adjust a couple things. You mean to turn off all the sound alerts? Yep, just the sound toggle, Dwayne. So between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, there is a sound icon. Just click on it, and a slash will come through it, and that'll turn off all your. That's what I did. It was going crazy. Okay. Sorry, I forgot to put that in. Okay. We just get them back. Again, there are more, but there's just so much happened that I just stopped doing it. In fact, just give me a moment. I guess I forgot to also delete the ones from yesterday. Okay, let me get rid of those. And I'll post the ones for today. But again, guys, I mean, there's so much happening because of the CPI data that came out. The toolbar between the Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. Dwayne, there's a sound icon. Just click on it. It's a toggle on and off. It'll turn off all the voice notifications. Well, all the not just voice, but everything. Okay, thanks, YouTubers. Just waiting to see if this market keeps holding, or are we going to get like a giant red candle? But we'll have to see. Once this market opens, we'll have to see. Yeah, so some of these ones that rose because of the CPI, I mean, I'd be watching these like Hood and GME, potential shorts, AMC, all these ones that have been beaten down, rightly so, and now they've just risen because of the CPI numbers that came out at 8:30. Look at DWAC. I was watching DWAC. All right, I'm going to get my sound going again. It went absolutely, look at all these alerts that happened right at 8:30. 8:30, 8:32. Actually, I'm surprised there are not more of them. 8:37, 8:39, all these alerts. What was happening? I know what's happened. So every time it made a new high, I'd hear it. So it kept making, this is the last time it would make a new high. Now, I bet you, William, why don't you do your little, if you're in the room, why don't you do your little analysis of Veru, if you don't mind? I mean, we could have a bounce here also. Again, so many are just gapping up right now. Even like BBBY. I mean, all these little crummy stocks they're moving higher with the CPI data. Most of them. Look at DWAC though. DWAC is not. This is not. I had a little pop, but look at this. Interesting. Yeah, there's just too many. I'm not going to go through. I mean, there's just too many that are gapping up right now. Too many to go over. fact, probably what I should do is just look at the ones that are still gapping down. So here's another one, guys. APYX. APYX is a lifetime low. It's an earnings play, lifetime low. Probably rather concentrate on these ones because these are obviously running counter to the market. Remember Cano and all the excitement about a potential buyout, merger or whatever, not merger, but a buyout by CVS a while ago? Earnings just absolutely devastated. Lifetime low now. This one, I don't know if I mentioned this one. This is an earnings play, MGNI. So what I'm trying to do is just focus on some of the ones that are up because of earnings, not because of the CPI. Oh, I'm sure there's tons of stocks. You know what's interesting though? Look at Mac. I don't think Mac. We were sort of wondering if they would do a financing. I haven't seen any financing information from Mac. MACK. This one, of course, had the big day yesterday. Was I always a short seller? I don't brand myself a short seller. I just happen to try to take advantage of what I see. But have I? So I'm not sure how to answer that question. I'll go long. I'll go short. But when I see a market like this and lifting some stocks that probably have no right to be lifted, I'll certainly take a look at them. Boy, this is not pulling back at all. Not yet, anyway, guys. However, we saw this. Let's see, the last time we had CPI, I believe what happened is it got crushed. If you recall, we had a giant red candle and then we had a massive recovery all day. I believe that was a month ago, of course. I believe that's what happened. I think we had like a 1,000 point swing in the Dow. Might have been that day. I mentioned you, Hal. Yes. I guess it's some kind of a dividend. I know it's an earnings play, but it's some kind of a dividend also. Yeah, it's something to do also. I believe it's a dividend. All right, well, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, so we have a few upgrades, a few downgrades. Let me get them in now. Turn this off. There's just too many happening. Too many things that are so gapping or so moving higher. All right, there are some of the they didn't type in. Just a minute. I was looking at my keyboard and not up at the announcement section. KRMD, a couple of upgrades for KRMD. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I got the downgrades in now. Just give me one moment, please. All right, now I get some of the downgrades in. Downgrading ICE. That was hanging tough for so many weeks now, it seems, but it is starting to take a little bit of a move down. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me get those into our YouTube room. Okay, question in our YouTube room, how to get the SPY fixed all the time. So when you click on a chart, right click on a chart, okay? If you right click on a chart, basically two options. If you go to, okay, I'll start again. Right click on a chart, go to properties, and this box will pop up. Two options, you either have symbol linking or you do not have symbol linking. So if you uncheck symbol linking, your chart will remain the same, okay? That was a question in our YouTube room. How do I add the SPY window fixed all the time? So you have to add the chart, like just load a new chart and then, excuse me, type in SPY. So it's the SPY and then right click, properties, and uncheck the symbol linking. So obviously in these two, symbol linking is checked. That's why when I click on an alert, these two time frames change to the symbol. This one does not. Okay. Still a little surge here. Boy, this is not, but wait till the market opens. I'm right, aren't I? Remember when we had the CPI the last time, a month ago? Didn't we have a giant red bar down? And then we had a massive recovery all day long? I'm not saying that's the same thing going to happen today, where we have the giant up and then a big, big drop. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I think that's what happened the last time we hit the CPI numbers. Well, we should see a sea of green. Let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to click on new and then from our toolbar, new and then dock channel bar. Go down to where it says show more. So I can see all of the channels, all of our channels. Click on sector status. And yeah, I don't think that's what he meant though, Jonathan. I really try to shy away from talking about pinning. Okay. I don't think that's what he meant. All right, so there is not one negative sector. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 100% green, that means every single stock is up from yesterday's close, okay? So look at tech, every single stock up from yesterday's close, communications, etc. There is no weak sector as we speak. However, if I look at this 45, half an hour to an hour from now, and look at the open, the change from the open, we could have a very different picture. So if I can remember to do that, I will take a look at the change from the open in about 45 minutes. Yeah, Jonathan, it's pinning can get people into all sorts of trouble if they don't understand what's happened. And the reason being is that they pin something and then they load it and load it and load it and they don't realize it. And all of a sudden their system slows down and they look and they've got, they look underneath, say, a chart. Let me see. They look underneath a chart and they've got like 100 duplicates of it. So I don't talk about pinning ever. Yeah, I think it's some kind of a dividend. Yeah, I mean, well, if you look here, whatever 900 STKs, I'm not sure what currency that is, but I've never seen this company before, never. But look how it was trading. It was doing, it was almost looked like a buyout. And there's no volume, 74,000. So, I mean, this is not, actually, somebody even said, I can't remember who it was, but talked about a stock split, like a forward split. Look at this market. Wow. Impressive so far. Yeah, so this is this indicator I've been talking about. You guys do not have access to it yet. It's called, well, right now it's called TI pattern recognition. You don't have access to it, okay? And I've been talking about it since last Wednesday or Thursday, I guess. What are we now? So about a week I've been talking about it. It's kind of an interesting indicator. As I say, no indicator is the be all and the end all. But for instance, yesterday with Mac, it was very, I talked about it all day. If you look at Mac yesterday, let me get a bigger chart up. Let's see if I can explain this a little bit. Okay, so there were many times where I wanted to short Mac. Okay, I just wanted to short it because I just felt that it wasn't even challenging to put the pre-market highs, and it just looked like it wanted to drop. But I kept looking at this. So the idea behind this histogram is this: a large bar. It's basically comparing candlestick patterns. Okay, bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. Don't ask me all like Hanging Man, all that. I don't ask me what they are. I didn't create it. Michael Noss He created it. And so don't ask me what the patterns are, but it basically takes a look at all sorts of different bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. So the higher the bar, that the theory is that there are more bullish than bearish as the bars decrease, more bearish than bullish. Okay. So what this did for me yesterday was watching this. You see how the bars were basically holding flat here, and it prevented me in a good way from diving in on a short. It just kept me, until I wanted to see a big decrease. But also look what happened here. We waited forever to see if it would ever pop. And we had the move right there, and the bars were moving higher. And so, it didn't pop as much as I was hoping, but it went from what, 12 to 1260. Give us a little trade for those of you who took it. But anyway, for me, it's a bit of a gauge. It doesn't mean when I see a bar and when it's starting to get high, I just pile into the trade. If I'm already in the trade though, and the bars remain high, if I see a little bit of a downtick before, I may have got a little nervous and got out of the trade or got out of some of it anyway. Now I'm prepared to hold a little bit more until I see a real change in the trend. Okay, so it allows me to keep in the trade perhaps a little bit longer. So that's now I don't really look at it. I want to have some, probably an hour and a half into the market. I'll start to look at it a little more closely, when we have more data. Anyway, that's a long, detailed discussion about it. But I'm not, look at this market. I'm not an indicator guy at all. I have very, very few. All right, guys, 927. Going to be so interesting to see what this market really does today. Again, I'd probably be looking at the ones that are continuing to be weak, with this market so strong, the ones that are continuing to be weak. I think there was another one that it was no, I can't think of the one that I was looking at. Another all-time low. Anyway, this APYX is an all-time low. A little cheap. I wish this were a little more expensive, maybe in the 5 range at an all-time low. 400, well, that'd be another massive move. And we've gone from 375 to 388. And I bet you that little beep means that the market's going to open in about a minute. Thank you, William. Well, Joel, you have to wait. You just have to wait, on any good long plays. I mean, there's been so many stocks that have gapped up because of the CPI. So, 6 is an earnings play. You might want to look at this, but, it doesn't mean buy it. It just means it's an earnings play right now. It's pretty strong, coming into maybe some resistance areas. The next high looks like around 2450 or so, but you got to wait for the market to open. And the market's open. Just going to get rid of that. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Let's see if this market, if this huge pop holds. All right, well, here's MQ. Got something going on right now. Let me see if I can fix that, reset my connection. Lost the single stock window. Not getting anything here either. This is, yeah, something's going on, guys. Let me do another reset of my connection because I should be getting, unless it's just overload. I don't know. Maybe it's just overloaded because of what's happened. So there's MGNI, guys, right off the bat. This is an earnings play. I mean, just gapping, big gap, earnings play. So here's one going against the grain, guys. This is an earnings play, Tapestry, TPR, the old coach. Look at Mac. Have they announced the financing? I mean, it just looks like they've. No, they still have not announced the financing. So market 800, 500, NAS, SPY, huge pop. Will it hold? VET is it? No, VET is not an earnings play. This is an energy play. Okay, VET energy play. Through the 200-day moving average also. VET through the 200-day moving average, VET. So even in the large cap gainers, okay, we're getting some big percentage moves. Typically, we don't see that. And again, this is a firm, all right. I mean, it had earnings, of course, a couple of days ago, got hammered down. A couple of days ago, actually, it was yesterday was a reaction to earnings. It's been in decline for a long time, but I guess because of CPI, look at this. I just have my doubts that these are going to maintain these levels. Now look at APYX earnings play, just got halted on the way down. Boy, that's getting, is XLE moving down also? Yeah, okay, so the energy, you know, again, if I looked right now, the change from the open, we'd see a huge difference. Let me just do it for fun. Watch this. Remember we had 100% of the energy stocks were up? Look at that. Look at the change, guys, especially in energy. So remember, when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, 100% of the stocks were up from yesterday's close. This is now the change from the open. So their opening trade, 100% are down from their that make up XLE. Doesn't mean they're negative. Doesn't mean they've gone negative. They're still up from the close, but they're dropping. So, and even tech, I mean, tech was 100%. Look at communication, 71% now are down from the open. So again, these stocks are still up from the close, but from their opening print, moving down. Most of, so we're having a like a little sell-off, and you can kind of see that red bar, but especially in energy. Again, it doesn't mean they're still up from yesterday's close, but they're moving down from the open. You can just see it. So we got to let this settle down a bit. Boy, Mac looks like it's going to release a financing news. It just has that look. I mean, if it takes out that low right there, just stick an alert around 1117, see if that holds it. Now, again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so I'm letting this one go. But we're getting a red bar to start the day, which makes sense when we look at that change from the open for most of the sectors. APYX just resumed. This is an earnings play, all-time low. Sort of shying off it just because of the price. I don't know how dynamic it'd be. If this were a little bit more expensive, $4 or $5, I would probably have taken it right from the get-go, even though I typically don't trade in the first 15. But when a stock is at an all-time low, that kind of, I don't want to call it breaking my rules, but I will take a look at it. Stock. Look at the red bar now forming, guys. And it's somewhat predicted. Look at GME. I did not take the short, but Azul, Brazilian airline earnings play moving down. Almost, well, not quite an all-time low, but certainly nowhere near its all-time high. Another earnings play, guys. This is an all-time low. VCSA. Shoot, it just got halted. Just got halted also. Oh, was halted, sorry, 935. This is one that I would have taken a look at to short immediately, just because it's an all-time low. And again, because I do that doesn't mean you have to. So we may see a lot of gap up and reversals depending on what happens today, guys, with that with the SPY, with the market. Okay. Now my gap up and my continuation or reversals do not start until 15 minutes in. I put a delay on purpose. So, but it's going to be very interesting to see what happens here, depending what the market does. Another one that just, okay, I'm sorry, this got, MSGM got halted. This is another earning, no, it's not an earnings play. Saw this in the pre-market. Hardly any volume in the pre-market, but now there's, volume is picking up. You can see the relative volume is huge, doesn't trade very much. Very low float, 4 million in the float. That is MSGM. Whoa, TGTX. So this is an earnings play. TGTX is an earnings play. Not too much reaction in the pre-market. And look what it's doing. 712 is the 200-day moving average, so it's right at that area. If it takes that out, what sort of room does it have? Yeah, this has got some room, guys. 845. Is that right? Make sure of that. No. So the next high looking left is around, well, it's still 752, 758 is the next high looking left. So this has got some room, TGTX. It's still a little early, but oh man, that just continues to sink here. All right, so TGTX had a little bit of a pullback off that 200-day. What I'm going to do is stick on a price alert around 719 to see if it takes it back, because it does have some room. If it can get through even that 750, 760 area, the next highs are way up here around 8. So it's an earnings play, so it will be active all day. Not a low float. They all don't have to be low floats, of course, but 134 million in the float. Now, how did Affirm do? Did it, yeah, look what happened. Look what happened, guys. I mean, some of these are just rising because of the CPI, but there's no other reason for it. So that's why you have, my bias was certainly to short these pops. I didn't short this one, but that was my idea. Yeah, so in my 10-day, well, if obviously it's hit an all-time low, my 10-day daily breakdown, if I see a stock that it's also an all-time low, I'll definitely, I definitely want to probably take that short. That's just me, okay? So there's other factors here. Most of the time on my 10-day daily breakdown, there's news associated with it also. Could be earnings or news. And it's going to have very high relative volume, lots of volume. And if it's an all-time low, yeah, I mean, I'm just, there's no support. Obviously, now I know some people think that's crazy, but that's fine. But there's just no support. And so, yes, at some point, will buyers step in for a bounce? Sure. Redfin would be, okay, let's take a look. Well, it's already pulled back a bit. So again, you got to be careful here. Well, it is okay. It is an earnings play, so it is trading on its own to a certain extent. Okay, I mean it rose with the CPI, but it is an earnings play. Lots of volume. So what did it get up to? Got up to 450. And so that's the area right there. Those two daily candles are around that 450 mark. So, that kind of stopped it. You know, you have to give it more time and maybe see if it holds that whole number 4. Mr. Poe, did you take this Hootie? I know you were talking about, as a real risky one, but, take a little bit of this and hold it yesterday. Another earnings play, guys. ARHS. Another earnings play. It gapped up a bit. Look at this. Probably moved with the. No, actually, this was ahead of CPI. Didn't really move with CPI at all. Remember, CPI numbers came out at 8:30. Sorry, 8:30 Eastern time. So didn't move at all. So this is a weak stock coming into the 200-day moving average, 710. You guys, I'm having an issue with IB not showing some bid and ask. For instance, it didn't show the other one that I was just talking about. Here's a gap up and go, guys. Beyond Meat. It's an earnings play. Beyond Meat is actually an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Really didn't do anything. You can just sort of see there's the pre-market. It did react to the CPI, but you know what? I mean, I just couldn't keep track of every single stock that was reacting to the CPI news or data. But again, do we really think Beyond Meat is going to keep moving like this? So let's take a look left. 1420 is a high. Another high is 1482. So 1420 and then 1482. So it's above that high. Now it's a moot point for me because I'd have to search for shares to short at Interactive Brokers. For Beyond Meat. Well, market is still strong. That's a red bar, but next bar is green. Market is still strong. Whoa, at my wife's company. Stantec, when do they release earnings? Ooh, after hours today. All right, we're 15 minutes in, so let me start looking for something. It's hard for me to chase. I mean, I can't chase anything. I mean, if they're going to look like the SPY right now, but there's LMND, Lemonade. It is moving higher. It's a gap up and go, but again, I'm just reluctant. Well, first of all, I wouldn't take this right now. It's just too extended. Morning, Aja. And I'm Zaka. Good morning, YouTubers. UPSD had an interesting day yesterday. I mean, it was an earnings reaction, but it actually came back. It got down to 13 something, and it popped a lot actually. UPST. So it was still negative for the day, but it closed way above its open. All right, keep an eye on the TGTX, the earnings play. I've got an alert set here around 719 to see if it gets number one through the 200-day moving average area, and then gets up to that area at 719 area. And can it move after it's had a little bit of a pullback? Boy, this is that's a strong reaction to that red bar, guys. Strong reaction. Well, even GME, it's still strong. A pullback, 23. AMC, my guess, yeah. Somebody mentioned AMC. Yeah. I wish this were more expensive. I'd love to short this one, another all-time low. And that is a CANO, but it's just, it's how much more am I going to get out of this? 154 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to keep moving this. I mean, it's down 35%. So even DraftKings is having I mean, look at DraftKings, DKNG. Earnings here, got slammed down in earnings, got hit here yesterday with proposition in California basically saying no to, well, forms of gambling anyway, online gambling, I guess. So that hit DraftKings yesterday also. But, so many stocks are doing this because of the CPI. Apps is an earnings play, okay? Apps is actually an earnings play, APPS. So coming into the next high looking left is 1545. So it's getting close to that high looking left. I don't know, TGTX looks interesting. It didn't trigger yet quite, but it does look interesting. Okay, we have another resume. So that was halted for quite a while. Actually, no, that I'm wrong. It halted, then resumed. MSGM. This is an earnings play on the 14th, so next week. MSGM announces the completion of previously announced 1-for-10 reverse stock split. Oh, okay. Okay. Ugh. Hey guys, is TGTX still hanging just a little bit above the 200-day moving average? All right, guys, TGTX looks like it wants to go. Like histogram is, I mean, I know it's a little early. Next high looking left, what did it get up to? 726. So the next high looking left is that 758. So it's got some room. All right, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Forgot to put my mic back on. CPNG, another one, another earnings play. Another earnings play, CPNG. Oh, this has got some room, I think. Yeah, this got some room, guys. Look at the daily chart. The next high is 2101. So that has got some room. And it's an earnings play. It's a big float. They don't all have to be low, but it is a big float, $1 billion in the float, trading 8 times normal volume up to this point of the day. Yeah, I'd be watching. Now this is an earnings play. Yeah, I'd be watching Zacks bouncers. The only thing is, this is an earnings play, so I mean, it's gotten beaten up because of earnings. But yeah, I mean, on a day like today, look at this SPY, guys. Wow, that's impressive. I thought that red bar was going to be a lot more ominous. Okay, I really did. We got down to 385, but the buyers close it up here, and look at the buyers just coming in. Now, my guess. Okay, so here's VET now. So maybe VET. Let's take a look at XLE. Is XLE still moving down? No, you see how XLE is starting to bounce a bit. So energy stocks are probably bounced. Let me just take a look at that stock channel bar again, and the change from the open. My guess is that instead of 100% down, and they're not all going to be 100% down from the open. Here we go. So have a little bit of a bounce. 28% of them are now up. These are the energy stocks. Look look what's happening. This is the change from the open, remember? So when we look last, 100% of these stocks that make up XLE, when did I look? I don't know, 15 minutes ago? 100% of them were down from their opening print, opening trade. Now 70, I mean 71% are still down, but they're starting to rally a bit. Joel, you have to have a plan, okay? I can't tell you whether it's a good exit or not. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do. I mean, the next high looking left is 755. But you have to have a plan. I can't tell, nobody can tell you what is going to be a good exit or a bad exit. You have to have a stop. The only thing I would say is that wherever your stop was, hopefully whatever you made on the trade was at least a 1 for 2 based on your stop. So if you had a 10-cent stop, you made 20 cents. That's, something like that. All right. Sorry about that, guys. There's some background noise that I wasn't sure what it was. So no, it wasn't a good exit. I'm just pulling your leg here, but I mean, I'm looking at that 758 level as the area where it could stall. The other thing is this histogram is sort of, it hasn't dropped. So it's sort of keeping these levels here. Okay, we've got a couple of AI alerts, of course, taking advantage of this market pop. Fly W, not an earnings play. Even Carvana, CVNA. Not a silly question, VMS, MV, no silly questions, okay? Don't be afraid or shy to ask questions. This is not that intuitive, okay? So to change symbols on a chart, left click the chart so Trade Ideas knows the chart you're in, okay? And then just start typing. Now, typically when you start typing, the change symbol box will pop up, and then you can click on change or hit enter or return on your keyboard, and that'll change the symbol, okay? So again, left click and then just start typing. Okay, good. I was going to say, now for those of you who are trying that and it's not working, sometimes, and I don't know why, you have to hit the space bar on your keyboard and that'll bring up the change symbol box. And then you just start typing. Now fly W, where's the next high looking left? Yeah, still got some room, guys. Got about $1 left. I'm again, when I say that, I don't mean it's getting here, but that is the next high looking left for Fly W. Wow, look at the reversal for TPR. Last time I looked, it was moving down, and now it is. Look at the reversal for TPR. It's an earnings play. I mean, there's so many stocks. I mean, they just seem so extended to me, but the market's so strong right now. Love to see another bounce play from Zach Scan. All right, so this is trying to have a bounce here. This VCSA, I mean, it's still basically a lifetime low, little bit above its lifetime low, but it's trying to have a bounce. Look at the market is still super, super strong. Look at all the gap up and goes, gap up and go, gap up and go. Even Paramount, PARA, gap up and go. So what does that mean? It means they gapped up and they were moving higher. Ooh, your RPay. Oops, sorry. No, wrong, 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 wrong. TGTX, look at that histogram. No, holding, 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 no big drop. So the bullish candlestick pattern still ratio wise high compared to the bearish. Oh, there it goes. So now I mean, that's 755. So the next high is 774. Is that right? Oops, just give me a moment. Okay, again, looking left, the next high looks like it's around 773. Yeah, 773. I mean, if it takes that out, I mean, the next high is 839. Look at MAC now, guys. M-A-C-K. I was, so no financing yet. No financing news yet. Not that there is going to be. I mean, we're just surmising that they should, because look at the pop it had yesterday. These companies are always, these little bios are always starving for cash usually. So, oh man, this has been the interesting thing. The interesting thing was that it did not pop on the CPI news. So this CPI news, this is trading completely on its own, really. It's an earnings play, TGTX earnings play. The key was taking out that 200-day moving average. So I mean, I missed all this initial pop. I'm just keeping an eye on this histogram to see if they get any sort of a shrinkage in the bar here. Now, the one thing that's going to get me out a little bit anyway is getting close to that whole number of 8. Just because that's what I do. But again, you have to plan your own exits and your style of trading. Funny, this wasn't not even well. I think what happened is, first of all, look at the pre-market. Not a lot of action in the pre-market. And then when it did start to move, it was 8:45 a little bit. But by that time, I was so overwhelmed with everything else that was moving. So, I just forgot about it. But when the market opened, we saw it. We saw it was running a race. So again, people will ask me, well, how did I see this? Well, TGTX, it was winning a race early. It was also in my 10-day, I probably saw it here, the 10-day daily breakout at 940. But of course, waiting for that break. And it broke it initially. It got up to what, 720, and then it pulled back 640. That's a pretty big pullback. So this is an earnings play. So Bumble is an earnings play. So it does have news on its own. Okay, it's not just rising because of the market. But looks, yeah, 2361. Well, it depends where you got it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you're saying the volume is weak. I mean, 10 million, it's 10 times normal. I'd be watching. I'm not trying to tell you how to trade, but I mean, our relative volume filter is telling us that it is abnormal volume for it. Okay. Now you may think that 2 million shares is not a lot, but it's a big float, but that's a tremendous move with that float, 50%. It's all about the relative volume. Even Nordstrom's, go Nordstrom's. JWN, not an earnings play, but rising with the market. Oh, where's that person? Ah, Hootie. Yeah, so it had the pop and now the drop. No, these are this is an indicator that you guys don't have access to. Okay, yet. I keep saying yet. It's called TI pattern recognition. It's an indicator you don't have, and all it does, well, I shouldn't all it does, but it's a ratio between bullish and bearish candlestick patterns. So the higher the bar, it means that the bullish versus bearish is a high ratio. In other words, go well. I don't want to say go long, but the bullish candlesticks pattern, bullish candlestick versus bearish is high. When the bars start decreasing, the bearish starts taking over. So it's kind of so it's not relative volume. It's got nothing to do with volume even. Well, I can't call it anything to do with RSI. It's candlestick patterns, okay? And don't ask me what they are. I didn't develop the indicator, but like hanging men and all those other fancy names for all these candlestick patterns. So there are a bunch of bullish ones. There's a bunch of bearish ones. So if they're more bullish than bearish, this bar will increase. PRPL from Shady. This is an earnings play also. So next high looking left is, can't see anything really. So let's go to another time frame. Go to a weekly. So it is, there's 436 is there, 441 is there. So yeah, I mean, if it can get through all of that, next highs are around 474, and then the 6 level on the weekly chart. So got some room, got to get through that 450 mark. Well, if I can't see the next time the daily, then I switch to a weekly chart, Major. Okay. So if I don't see, for instance, I look at this daily chart, I mean, I could really start to back it up, of course, if I wanted to. Well, it depends. I mean, if you're looking at a pullback, yeah, I mean, then you've got some intraday highs, but typically the things that I'm doing, the stocks are near the highs of the day. So I'm not a big pullback player. But yeah, I mean, if I were playing a pullback, I'd then be looking left, certainly on a 15-minute chart to see where there could be some resistance. But I'm not a big pullback player. Well, that's just me, Major. Okay, that's just me. I mean, I just always am looking left to see where it could stall, where could it get to before it hits the next high. That's all. Okay. I mean, is it scientific? Nope. But that's the way I've been trading for years. I just look left, see where it could keep going, making sure that there's no moving average in the way also, or a VWAP or something like that. Doesn't mean it's getting there. It does not mean it's getting there. But I like to have it's maybe the comfort of knowing that the next high is far enough away that shouldn't stall it. Many other reasons, of course, why a stock won't keep going up. Yeah, nice on the Veru. I was wondering, but William failed me. He didn't tell me what Veru could be worth. So I blame him. And of course, William knows I'm just kidding. So I mean, look left. I mean, obviously the next high looking left is way up here for Veru. Oh, you did too. It was below two. Well, you were wrong. And this William knows I'm just kidding him. Wow, look at EBIX. Holy smokes, from my 10-day daily breakout, 2249. Wow. So, look left. Where could it go? I mean, there's a 200-day, number one, but that's far enough away. So right now, there's a couple little areas there. If it gets through that, though, then it could challenge that 200-day moving average. Could. Well, this market is still, I mean, you're getting some little red bars here, but the market doesn't care, followed by a green bar. Look at EBIX go, guys. I'm not in this one, getting closer. Look at it go. Again, this is from my 10-day daily breakout. Okay. All right, guys. So what I want to do right now is talk a little bit about my homepage and some of the scans that I am sharing you might like. Okay, so you click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to see. So at the top here, if you want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. 4 plans, annual monthly premium standard. Okay, annual premium 2,000, annual standard 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference between the premium and standard subscription is the AI, which looks kind of like this. Not kind of like this, is what it looks like. You have a suggested entry, a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. You can see, obviously, taking advantage of what's happened in the market today so far with these two, the Fly W and the CVNA. Okay, you just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing to do. Now, you don't have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the program. The reason being, you have to look at the terms and conditions of getting a refund in case you did want one. So start off with a monthly. 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, and many of our subscribers do, they go month to month, that's what you'll pay going forward. At any time, if you do want to take out an annual subscription, we will honor the 15%. So if you start off with a monthly and then you decide you want to go annual, yeah, we'll honor the 15%. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, you must do this. Okay, take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 videos, the download and installation, first startup and login, etc. Okay. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week, probably doing pretty well. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is a free service. Now, if you sign up for it and you can't see it in your inbox, please check your spam box or your promotions folder if you have Gmail. Okay, sometimes they go there. All sorts of education right there. My education section, user guide. There is the getting started again. Now, I always say this every day, know what an alert window is, a top list window is, and the stock racing. At least these are the basic features of trade ideas. Lots more here, of course. You don't have to learn everything, but at least know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the stock racing. I'm going to go over the stock racing, but I'm going to show you right here. We've got some videos, and then it's segmented, race startup, configure, etc. Okay, so I'm going to go over the racing in a bit, but you might listen to me and say, well, I can't remember everything he's saying. You don't have to. It's all in the guide. Here's that getting started again. So daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over and listen to today. Should be Steve. I know he's feeling under the weather still, so I'll have to confirm it will be Steve. And he's the originator of the trades of the week. And then Chris Varley, 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30, and Chris takes over in our YouTube room, again, between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics, if you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off, intro to charts and candlestick support and resistance. It's a great free resource. Okay, so if you're new to trading, please take a look at that. And last, my scans. So here are my scans. There are the two races that you see, the biggest gainers from the open percent and large cap gainers. I've displayed my 10-day daily breakout. Yesterday, the 10-day daily breakdown was awesome because the market was down. Here's the gap continuation or reverse. I have Zach's bouncers and toppers. Again, I would consider this only for experienced traders. And this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay, so I have some other scans here you can take a look at. So, as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, it helps the room. The room is free, helps the room, keeping it free. If you click on my link and take out a subscription using my link, and yes, I do get a little commission from it. Also, though, if you save my link, because I do change up my scans from time to time, so you have, you can always go to my scan section and see what might be new, and also, of course, the big education section. So if you save my link, lots of information on my homepage. Oops. Give me a moment as I size the window. Or not the window, but the trading room. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Now I showed you I'm sharing a lot of my scans. We have created a lot of other scans. And if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, the docked channel bar, and these are all theme-based channels, okay? If you click on the show more, you'll see them all. I like to concentrate on the momentum channel because that's a very popular one. So what you're seeing here, it's an alert window. And so just like my scans, if you right click and click on right click and then click configure and then summary, it'll tell you what it's looking for. So this is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas, okay? The filters. So in this particular case, if this price is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum 100,000 shares. This is the cool kind of metric that we're using in this one. 1,000% of normal volume in the last 1 minute, 400% in the last 5 minutes, okay? So if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why PetQ is showing up right now. That's why LTRX is showing up right now. These are real-time alerts, okay? New highs of the day. That's the filter. That's the alert that's being used. We have many other alerts that you could use, but in this particular case, this is the alert that is being used, and this is all real time. Okay. Now, if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. If you look here, these are all of the alerts that we have. These icons. When you see these icons, these are all the alerts that we have. And when you see these filters, these are all the filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all, of course. In fact, you don't have to learn anything if you want to take just our scans. But if you do want to create your own scans, you can do so. The company started in 2003 and thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters that would satisfy the majority of our customers that they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? So if you like this scan, now this is a scan that I'm sharing on my homepage, but what I'm really trying to show you though is that you can go to the different channels and you can extract scans that you might like and make them part of your layout. All of this is in the guide. So if I like this scan, I would right click and duplicate into a free floating window. Basically what you're doing is you're taking it out of this channel. And now it's free floating. Now, if you liked it exactly the way it is, in other words, with all the filters and the values that we're using, great. Right click and save or share to cloud and save it to the cloud. You can make a change, of course. I mean, you might look at this and go, well, I love the concept. However, I want a different price range. So you can click on that, left click on that icon, and you'll see all the values are showing up right here. You can change the price to say 10 and 100. And click on the summary and you see how it has changed. Say okay. And now you can save it to the cloud. So all I'm trying to show you is that if you like it exactly the way we've created it, you can save it to the cloud, or you can make some changes and then save it to the cloud. Before you do that though, one other thing. You notice, go to the symbol linking. You notice it says dock window. Change that to link to all, okay? The reason being is that when I click on a symbol here within this channel, it's only going to it's constructed to only affect these two charts here that are in the dock. So if you take it out and you save it, you want to have it more than likely so that it can change the charts that you've got. Okay, because eventually, you're not going to be in this channel anymore. The whole idea is to, go to the different channels and extract some scans that might look interesting to you. You don't have to stay on the channel the whole day. One other point is that when you make a change, if you're in this channel, you make a change and you stay in the channel, of course, anything you change will remain. However, if you leave the channel and then come back, if you make a change to anything, the change is not saved. And the reason is that these channels are for everybody. All right. So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean that's the change that everybody else wants. So that's the whole idea, though. Go to the different channels, extract the scans you might like, save them to the cloud. Now, I do caution you, though, do not go crazy. Do not, try to have, 10 different alert windows and 5 different top list windows, and you'll go crazy trying to, clicking like mad on all sorts of symbols all day long, and you'll get nothing done. Especially if you're new to this product. Okay? I want to show you something. Not dramatic, but you see how the bars are starting to move down on that histogram. Okay, not dramatic, but enough that, okay, there's some more bearish. However, it could come back. The other thing is it's trying to hold a VWAP. Okay, TGTX is trying to hold the VWAP. So this could bounce off the VWAP, especially if all of a sudden we see these bars getting bigger again in the histogram. But as I said before, I am a whole number freak. Okay, the minute it starts getting close to a whole number, I don't care what the histogram is telling me. I'm going to be taking some off. Now, let me talk about the racing and why I think that if you are new to this product or even just new to trading, it's very difficult sometimes to have focus. Lots happening. If you're in this trading room and there's lots happening, a lot of symbols are being tossed around, and it can be very overwhelming. So I think the racing is a great way to start and to keep. I would have one race going all the time, at least one anyway. So what does the racing do? If I right click, and I'm sharing these two, if I right click and open it's all races start from a top list window. Now this is what I'm looking for. If a stock is between $1 and $50 and the prices are, the minimum volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements. So this race will start. I run 4-minute races. When a race is over, another one will start. Okay, it takes a little while to get going, and you'll see that. Let's wait for this to start to change here. Okay, so you'll see that the stock that has moved the most percentage-wise since the race started will be right at the top. But of course, this race basically just started. And so you'll see stocks kind of jockeying for position in the leaderboard. And you see how GDRX, I mean, it's not much, it's only 0.74%. But, earlier on in the day, we were seeing like 10, 15, 20% moves because of what the market was doing. So this is going to show me those filter requirements, $1 in $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and up at least 2% from the close. It'll show me the stocks that are moving the most with those filter requirements, meeting those filter requirements. And at the end of 4 minutes, there'll be a winner, of course. And that's how this list has been automatically created for you. You see, number 1 position is EBIX. It won 3 races. TGTX won 2 races, etc. So this is a watch list that is automatically created for you, and that's what I would concentrate on. Okay, yeah, lots of other things are happening, but that's what I would concentrate on. Now, this is the race that I like. When I say it like that, I mean this is the price range I want, minimum, etc. So you, of course, when you get used to using trade ideas, I mean, you might have a different idea about launching your race. For instance, you may only want to watch your symbols. In other words, your own watch list. Maybe you've got 30 or 40 symbols that you like to watch, stocks that you like to watch every single day. You can create a race based on those if you wanted to. But right now, all I'm trying to show you is that I'm sharing these 2 races to get you started. You notice that if I right click on this top list window, it says launch real-time stock race. So that's why I'm saying you can create your own top list and launch the race from that when you get used to using trade ideas. So you may want to just use this always. That's okay. The difference between these 2 races, as this one says, large cap gainers from the open. So what I've done is I've added a couple of filters here, and I have a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million, 50. So consequently, typically you will not see big percentage moves in this one. You'll see bigger percentage moves here, but this is a lot more volatile and maybe not the best for new traders. You might want to concentrate on something like this, which is not as volatile, but still giving you great looks. I'm going to click on the apps. Look at apps. It's an earnings play. You might look at this and go, wow, okay, it's near the high of the day again. It's sort of basing here, maybe if it takes out this high, but as always, look left. For me anyway, looking left is going to tell me where the next high is, where it could keep going until it stalls. Could, doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course. Always look at the 200-day moving average, make sure that's not in the way. In this case, it's no way. Look at the VWAP, make sure that's not in the way. It's not. So, at a glance, you can size up. This is when you get used to trading, you can kind of size up whether or not you want to take a trade. But that's why you've got to practice. Meanwhile, the market is still strong. I mean, the sellers have been trying a little bit. There's that bottoming tail on the SPY. Another, minute to close. The sellers have been trying, but the buyers have been steadfast in the resolve to keep this market higher so far. And when I say practice trading, now a couple of things. If you're using a web-based version, racing is not available yet. Do not ask me when it's going to be available. I have no idea. I thought by now it would be, but not available yet. And this window here, called brokerage, that we call Brokerage Plus, is not available also if you're using the web-based version. I will put a couple of links in, or a link in. Okay, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on the link, you'll see there are a couple of videos. Short video, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can trade from within Trade Ideas using Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. Yes, we'd like to have other brokers, but I have no idea when or if that's going to happen, okay? So please don't ask. The other video, a lot longer, shows more in detail about how you can use this window. How I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. But even if you Aha, this is an IPO. Ask ASPI. I guess it's an IPO. So it actually released today. And 2 million between 5 and 7. So it is not, so far, not successful. Okay, this was projected open was going to be between, now I wrote that down quite a while ago. See what it says here. Yeah, price of $4 a share. So you can see right now it's underneath the price. So this is not, right now, it's not being received that well. Right now. And this is an IPO today, ASPI. So again, practice trading. In order to load this window, just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This is the window. You might have different column headers, but this is the gist of it. It should say not connected right beside the ask. It'll say not connected. Now, if you don't see it, you might have to expand the Brokerage Plus window. Okay, maybe it's shrunk down. You just have to grab a corner. Okay, grab a corner. Okay, but it should say not connected. Underneath Brokerage Plus, 2 options. One's live. That's what you would do if you had an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, or SIM. SIM for simulated trading, paper trading. So it'll change from not connected to account. And once it does that, there it goes. So click on account and then simulated trading default will pop up. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. And it's simple to use. You just click on a symbol. The symbol will show up in the box. You pick how many shares you want to trade. Here's your bid ask. If if it's a tight spread, you can click the buy button and then send it, and then you'll be in the trade in the simulator. Now in the simulator, you can practice swing trading. Okay, so let me show you what I mean. Let's take BJS as an example. So I want to take this trade. Let's take, I don't know, let's take 200 shares. Whoops, 200 shares. Okay, a couple hundred shares. That's a nickel spread. It's not terrible. I'm going to buy it and then send it. Okay, so it'll show up right here. You mean something that is rising, a trailing limit order? No. No. So there, you're in the trade, BGS, you're in the trade. Now, if I don't exit this trade at the end of the day, okay, it'll turn into a swing trade. I can practice swing trading. If I want to get out of this trade right now, I just highlight it. So if I had a series of trades, I would, in the simulator or your real account, of course, I could highlight the one I want to get out of, and I could just flatten it, or I could get out at half, or I could double my position. Or of course, I could go to the box and pick how many shares and the price. So it's really simple to use. To show you, I'm going to click flatten, and now I'm out of the trade. For a whopping $11, $15 or $14, okay? Now what I like to do is I like to have the max P&L and the distance from the exit price as 2 columns, okay? Why? The max P&L is going to tell me, okay, when you were in the trade, still in the trade, what was the maximum you could have made? Now, let's pretend that that number was, say, $500. And then when you got out of the trade, you were only up 14. Obviously, you did not manage your trade very well, okay? It should be obvious. So the max P&L, listen, there's no way you're going to get, out at the absolute penny, but you want to be able to manage your trade better than if you had a max of $400 or $500 and you only made 14, you better work on your management skill of the trade. The other thing I like to do is take a look at the distance from the exit price. This tells me where it is in relation to where I got out. So of course, if I were long if I bought something and I exited, I want to see a nice big negative number, right? Because I can say to myself, wow, I'm glad I got out. Look where it is now. Of course, it could be a big positive number, and you're saying to yourself, I guess I got out too early. So this is how you can practice, Obviously, one aspect of trading is buying, but the other huge aspect is when am I going to get out? Either, when it's not working, or when do I start taking some profit? You've got to practice. Trading isn't easy. Well, this EBIX is still strong. I know some guys might have been shorting it, but that's a great red bar ignored. Look at that red bar ignored for EBIX. My only issue is getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. So again, what is that red bar ignored? If you look, here's an uptrend. You see that red candle, 15 on the 15-minute, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, moving above the high of that red candle, and that is, a potential long setup. No, the histogram does not look good. Now, again, this is, it does not look good. You're absolutely right. Maybe it's recognizing it's getting closer to the 200-day. I don't know. But it does not look good. It's dropping a bit. But as I say, this is not the magic indicator, okay? It's a guide. But yeah, I'd be looking at this and going, I wonder. I don't think so. I probably, and if it ripped from here, so be it, but if I'm going to kind of have a little bit of faith in what the indicator is telling me to a certain extent, I'm going to, it's not going to be 100%, is it? No indicator is. Well, I thought about calling it Magic Mike. Of course, Michael Noss is the one who developed it. And of course, I'm sure people know the movie Magic Mike. And so I thought, why not call it Magic Mike? Yeah, so I mean, I use IB's News. I mean, I like it. I think it's for a built-in news service. I mean, we do have a news tab here, okay? But if you're looking for, more instant type news, you're not going to find it here. This is fine. I think in the pre-market, you're looking in the pre-market at the stocks that have moved. You can click on the news here, and it'll probably tell you if it's an earnings play or there's some news about it. But during the day, I usually always just use my Interactive Brokers. I think Interactive Brokers has got a great news service, so I wouldn't go anywhere else. I mean, it's on my other monitor, but I mean, when I click on an alert, yeah, the first thing I'm doing, I'm checking this, but then I'm going into my time and sales. It's checking to see, the action. But I've got my news, I've got my news right underneath it. And so if I see something happening, yeah, I mean, I think IB is a great news, built-in news service. I've been using it for years. You guys give me a moment. I'm just going to check something. God. Excuse me, guys. Some of these emails we're getting. I'm going to tell you flat out, okay? We get a lot of emails about auto trading. Now, I'm not, I'm a huge, very negative about auto trading, number one, okay? But number two, we get emails that say, here's my strategy. I want to make 5 cents with a 1 cent stop. Pardon my English, but it ain't going to work, okay? There's no strategy like that is going to work. I think people have unreal expectations about, first of all, about auto trading, number one. But I mean, to try to make a nickel with a 1 cent stop, it just is not going to work. So if you're listening to me wondering about all that, there's my harsh answer to you. Hey guys, I'm going to just get out of the simulator because it just slows my system down just a little bit. Yeah, apps is still moving. Earnings play. I don't know if you guys are still in our pay, but boy, oh boy, this is still strong and it's an earnings play. And yeah, I mean, it's getting close to that whole number. Well, you know how we say, now I would say shorting tops is probably easier, even in a market like this, than trying to find a bounce on stocks when the market is tanking, but still not easy today, to try to find tops. But there's a nice bottom for rum. 1148, 1170 now. But again, I think those two scans are for experienced traders only. Well, CDNA, I mean, this is so counter to what the market's doing. Look how weak this is. I don't see any news on it. Now I have an alert for GDS. I don't know why. I must have set that alert a long time ago. Oh yeah, to see if it took out this level here. I guess GDS. The next high looking that. Oh, it's got some room, guys. GDS, the high. Well, 1122 is the next high looking left. But if it can take that out, then the next high is 1262. Boy, TGTX is starting to come back again. I'm not in it anymore, but TGTX starting to come back again. And, I mean, it takes out the high here. It's still got some room. 871, I think, is the next high looking left. So I will I'll stick an alert up here, see if it takes that out and starts to run from there. Look at the histogram, it's still strong. Strengthening, I should say, because we did have one of these bars I think was down, but it's strengthened a bit. Yeti is an earnings play. Yeti, YETI, is an earnings play. Look at this gap up on earnings. Looks like the next high is still about $1 away, 39.68. Is that right? 39.89. So that next high is still about $1 away. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but it still has room until it hits that next high. Oh man, I was looking to short this one, or did it pop? Yeah, I was looking to actually short this one. I'm not sure I would have got it, but lots of shares available. But the uptick rule, CDNA, yeah, just absolutely crittering. Lots of shares, yeah, 500,000 at Interactive Brokers, CDNA. Wow, so we've actually got some IPOs, yeah, snail, but again, not good. $5 a share underneath the IPO price. 3 million shares underneath the IPO price. What was the other one, Asti? Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, not good, guys. And when I say not good, a lot of these little IPOs, they have they have a suggested IPO price, and so in this particular case, it was $4. If there's some enthusiasm about it, it certainly would be over $4, and you would start to see a run, because it's got so few shares, but just not happening. Neither with the SNAL. Now, a couple of months ago, we saw some unbelievable runs in some of these very small IPOs. Unbelievable runs, something that says it could open at 4 or 5 and it goes to 20, 30, 40 the same day. So right now, that's not the market where it appears to be in, and we appear to be in for these small IPOs. So what's this one doing? So this is another one that just got halted at 10:59 plus 30 seconds, and it is not opening in 5 minutes, obviously. And that is SHFS. I guess this looks like this was a SPAC that turned into SHFS. See if there's any news on this one, if they're finalizing. So cannabis financier, SHF, they buy fintech firm Abaca for 30 million. This is on the 31st of October. Okay, guys, 11:07. So what I'm going to do is see if it's going to be Steve. I know he's been feeling a little under the weather for a while, so. All right, guys, just checking to see if Steve will be Steve. All right, so I'm more interested now in these gap up and reversals because I mean, if it's reversing in this market, something's going on. So, in my opinion, so here's GFL reversal, gap up and reverse. It's not an earnings play, not very much volume though. Yeah, 1.5 times normal, but the overall volume is not huge, so I may not take this one, even though it's just underneath the VWAP now, 2641. But look at the histogram. Yeah, it's high. So this is kind of couple things keeping me out of this potential short. You know, this histogram, these bars are high, and the volume isn't stellar. Yeah, this is yeah, big gap up now for sorry, yeah, SHFS. Ooh, huge gap. Not for the faint of heart, SHFS. Boy, nothing's stopping this EVIX. And not, well, let's see. Will that 200-day stop it? 2553, 2553, that's the area, as Real would say. The next high looking left is 2630. So, I mean, it still has room if you look at it that way, but is right into the 200-day moving average now. So that could stall it for a bit anyway. but the market's so strong, so strong. Okay, I'm going to stick an alert up here and see if it takes that out later on. Boy, EBIX, okay, right through the 200-day, guys. Right through it. Like nothing. Not an earnings play either. So I don't know if you're just moving with the market, but not an earnings play. Don't see any specific news. Had earnings on the 9th, which was yesterday. So there was a reaction yesterday. Certainly no great reaction to earnings yesterday. Yeah, if you're asking me, I mean, look, I like 15-minute charts, especially later on, after the first hour or so, or even 45 minutes. Um, but that's just my style. I mean, I used to have a 5-minute up and a two, but I've decided that the 15 is fine for me. I try to keep it super, super, super simple. Okay, but that's me. Of course, I have my daily chart because I'm always looking left. But you have to develop your own. Excuse me. You have to develop your own style. When I first started trading, I had 2-minute charts, and that was it. I had nothing else other than 2-minute charts. But that's a long time ago. Look at this, man. This is like a delayed reaction to its earnings. Yeah, I mean, if you go online, you'll see all sorts of different opinions about what time frames you should use. There is no you should do anything. Okay, it has to be. You have to figure out, what is comfortable to you. I didn't, it wasn't. I started off with 15-minute charts. In fact, I don't think I had a 15-minute chart for the first 8 years of when I was trading. Whoa. Holy smokes, guys. Okay, I mean, again, not for everybody. Look at this. Hey, guys, I'm just concentrating on something. I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay. Here's another one. We're starting to get some volatility halts now. This is on the way down. So this is an acquisition. This is a SPAC on the way down. Well, there's GDS, so it's a big float, 106, it's a China stock. What is China doing today? Let's take a look at KWeb. Yeah, so it's up two. So this GDS is a China stock. It's got some room over 11 now. Maybe just moving with the market. Histogram is high. So let's see if it moves, if it can move anymore. I'm in it, so I want to see. There's the next high looking left, 1122. I'm not too concerned about that. I'm more interested to see if it can get through that and 1262. So we'll see what happens. And again, I'm not making any recommendation to do what I'm doing. Boy, this TGTX still looks interesting, guys. I've got my alert set, probably around an 8 break, see if it takes it out. Histogram is still moving higher here, so the 200-day moving average is nowhere to be seen now. Okay, so it's going to be Andy. Okay, so Andy will be in our YouTube room at noon, between 12 and 1, when I take my break. He's going to switch with Steve today. I thought Steve's still feeling a little bit under the weather. Well, as I say, it's an indicator. And like all indicators, it's not the magic indicator, but man, this TGTX, guys, looks like it is going to power right through that high of the day. Okay, guys, TGTX. The next high looking left is way up here. Well, not way up here, but 843. So I'm out of it. Look at that histogram. Interesting, isn't it? Look at that. So I'm out of it. Took a little loss on the GDS. I'll take a look at it later on. Interesting how that histogram just absolutely dropped after these two big guys here. So anyway, I'm out of it. Took a little loss on the GDS. All right, Beyond looks like it wants to maybe make another move. It's above the, I was gonna say above the histogram. It's above the VWAP, 1391 or so, 1378 is the VWAP, so it's above the VWAP. It had some bottoming tails. Sellers tried to knock it down a bit. It is actually an earnings play. Highs up here around 1460, that could block it. So, if you thought getting in at 1423 with the potential of maybe getting to that 1460 mark is good enough for you, then you can take a look at this, I guess. You got out too early on the BGS, Ija? Let's take a look at BGS. Well, it depends when you got out, of course, but oh, this is the one I took in the this is the one I took in the simulator. Can't remember. Oh, so you're talking about you got out maybe around here. Okay. Another halt or a resumption here. AGBA. Wow. So it got halted on the way down, and it just got resumed, and then it got halted almost immediately within 3 minutes. No shorts available for me for that one anyway, so couldn't take part in trying to short this one. EGTX, guys, this is so interesting if it takes up this 8. Just give me a moment, please. Wow. I don't know what to say about EBIX, guys, but didn't look at that red bar ignored right there. Oh, I see what you're saying. In this particular case, yeah, the red bar ignored was better than the histogram in this case. Yeah, I see. I think that's what you're referring to. I couldn't quite figure that out. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it's not magic, but that red bar ignored, that's probably as good a red bar ignored as I've seen maybe ever. Because you had an alert at 2414, which is the high of that red bar. So if you kind of believe in this sort of a pattern, wow, market is still strong. Still strong. No pullbacks whatsoever yet. Well, here's one that's, I mean, moving down, markets up, moving down, ALIT. I'm just trying to find counterplays right now rather than trying to chase these longs. Okay, guys, I'm still keeping an eye on the TGT. Well, I don't really have to keep an eye on it. I have my alert set, price alert set, and see if it takes it out. Boy, look at this. So what's happening here? This is not the usual reaction, okay? Because usually when these SPACs announce the approval of the business combination, this is a SPAC. Usually the day of, when that happens, usually the stock kind of pops, the SPAC pops. So this is kind of interesting that this is, they're not happy. I guess they're not happy with, with whoever they're acquiring. Maybe it's this ability of stockholders to withdraw. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna, somebody else, William, want to read that? I don't know. But obviously the market is reacting horribly to that. Not the market, but they're just real, and only 32,000 shares. So the only reason I see it, of course, is because it was showing up in our Halts Zoom. So that's the only reason I see it. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'm doing something on my own here. So I'm going to put myself on mute. All right. I say I do some stuff completely on my own. Okay, what's next? I keep waiting on this TGTX to see if it's going to pop through that not 515, 8, the $8 level. Boy, EBIX, what is going to stop this one? Maybe it's finally stopped a bit. 30, that whole number, maybe it stopped it a bit. Sunrun, let's take a look at Sunrun. What is it doing? Well, actually, at least this had a pullback right to the VWAP and then bounced through the 200-day moving average. And looking left, it has some room. It has about $1 until that next high. So, I mean, if the market just keeps moving. Oh, missed it. Son of a gun. Missed it. Missed my entry on the run. Well, if run, yeah, I'm assuming some of the, let's take a look at TAN. Let's take a look at the ETF for solars. Sure, the solar, yeah. So look at that. I mean, it's basically doing the same thing that run did. It's a little pullback, a pop. I bet you SPW, now, but SPW, excuse me, SPWR had earnings, I believe. Wow, that had the pullback and a huge pop. Had earnings yesterday. Actually, had earnings the day before, right here. Not a great reaction. Wow, look at that move for SPWR. What a game right here, guys, at $8 for the TGTX. You know, it's just this little cycle. Look at this market. Wow. I mean, there's been no pullback whatsoever, guys. You can't count those red bars as pullbacks at all. No pullback whatsoever since the CPI at 8:30. Oh man, did I ever miss a trade on this one, this run? Would have been out now probably, but okay, so this ASPI just got halted on the way down, so oh man. Couple of good ones for me in the SHFS and one not so good one. So that's what I've been trying to doing on my own. All these topping tails though, that doesn't look good now. But anyway, this is highly, highly, highly risky. Look at the volume that came in though. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:42. So Andy will be in our YouTube room in about, I guess, 15 minutes from now. I'm assuming vet. Oh, I see. So it had to pop up and now it's moving back down. Probably, let's take a look at XLE. My guess is XLE will look almost the same. Not quite. Vet is a little bit weaker. Just one moment, please. Amps on a run. Let's take a look at Amps. Amps is on a run. Yes, Amps is on a run, and it's an earnings play next week, so it's not this week. What's the volume like? Not great. It's not so much the average, but it's only trading basically average 0.94, a little bit below average. It's got some room to 9, I guess, but kind of not that exciting right now anyway, unless the volume picks up. Very good. Yeah, great ticker for Oshkosh now. Is it Oshkosh? No, sorry, I always make that mistake. It's Oak Street Health. Oak Street Health, another one that's moving here. Yeah, this MGNI, this is an earnings play. I remember mentioning this. So this is while I was still doing my work in the pre-market before the CPI numbers came in. So this was on my list as an earnings play, MGNI. Completely lost sight of it. Too bad. It's been, yeah, it's been really good. 200-day is up here, so that's far enough away. Look at the, I'm sorry, I know I keep talking about it, but this TGTX, it's like this potential energy is building. The volume is not there, but this potential energy, just like looks like it's just building. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just sort of deep in thought, deep in thought right now. Gonna figure out what I'm gonna do with something. There's Magnite just took out 9. MGNI took out 9. That 200-day is still far enough away, about $1 away. All right, Tile Shop. Haven't seen this one for a long time. TTS. Not an earnings play, but let's take a look. 440, about 450 is the next high looking left or so. So again, it's just starting to run. I mean, the volume is just, look at all the volume that just came in that last 15-minute candle. All the volume basically today is here in that candle. Something happened. I can't even remember what the trade of the week is this week. It was, help me guys, what is the trade of the week? I'm sure it's doing pretty well. Was it WTI this week? I thought it was, that's an oil play, so it probably is not doing, are you sure? I don't, I didn't think it was this week, WTI. I thought it was something else. MGY, that's it. Yeah, MGY. Yeah, so actually it's not doing well. I mean, you had a lift. What are we now? We're Thursday, so that's Wednesday, Tuesday. There's Monday. Had a little bit of, but I guess energy has not been as good. So anyway, yeah, MGY. So you could have made a little bit of money on it, but it certainly was not the one or the sector to be in with this sort of a move today. Wow, run kept going. Wow, run. Oh man. It had a pullback from 28.80 to about 27. So that was a pretty big pullback. It's about $1. But boy, look at this. Look at it running. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. And I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there and listen to Andy for about an hour from 12 to 1. Wow. Another little one here, not too familiar with this one, Frontier, FYBR. All right, well, listen, TGTX, that's why I waited. Did not take that area out, so I'm going to put that in pause for a while anyway. See if it takes it out later on in the day. Boy, Pac B, we talked about this one well earlier this week. This is now, look at this gap, look at this breakout now, guys, for Pac B. Look at this breakout for Pac B. Look where it could, I mean, I'm not saying it's getting up to here, but 1431, next high looking left for Pac B. All right, guys, I think Andy's going to be here any second now, so just waiting to hear that little pop that lets me know he's in the room. Boy, look at the room this Pac B's got. Wow. I'm waiting for this break out of here and this to happen today. Has this got anything to do with no. It is a bio. Okay. Nova, I think this is a yeah, this is another one. In the same, I guess it's in the same sector, right? Nova's in the same sector as the rest of the, like the Sun Powers and the TAN, well, the TAN is the ETF and the runs, etc. Same sector, I believe. What a, I know I keep saying this, guys, but this is an astonishing day. I mean, not because of this, but because there's been no pullback. Like literally no pullbacks. The European Wax Center, okay? Oh, man. Andrew, I hear that little pop. That means you're in the room.
Mr. Barry, how are you, buddy?
I'm good, and I know you were ecstatic with your little SunPower play.
Yeah, yeah, very happy about that one.
I'm sure.
uh, very happy about that yesterday. Let me. I'm sure you guys been picking off some stuff, huh?
Oh yeah, but not. Well, I was a second or 2 seconds too late to get the run RUN, and I just missed
Oh,
it. And that's when I saw that all the solars were popping. But I guess
yeah.
you could
They.
just take tan, and just get.
You can. I happen to trade those a lot. I was really mad because I was in a few of them yesterday. I thought we was going to get a run. I
Hmm.
think you can still watch this DQ. It's one I bought around 53.60
Hmm.
after they started running. But yeah, I
That's a China stock, right? Yeah.
that is. It's actually the top solar panel producer, I believe, in China.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, tons of cash, no debt. But I don't know how much you can trust trust these
Yeah,
things.
exactly.
Oh, but anyway,
What
I like the way it looks above
what
all
a
its
day
moving
though.
averages.
I
Oh
mean,
man, crazy.
I mean the idea that okay, well you get the big CPI pop, but I mean the fact that I've been saying in the room, there's been no pullback whatsoever yet today. None, zero.
None,
Couple of
none.
little red candles on the
Hmm.
15, but other than that,
It's
no
crazy.
no big pullback.
I know. I
And
know.
that's the amazing thing to
Yeah,
me
I hear
anyway.
you.
All right, my
But
friend, I
hey,
want to
yeah,
get
take some time off, buddy,
okay,
and
I will.
see you in
Are
about
you
an
good?
hour.
Are
Oh
you
yeah.
good till 1 o'clock? Okay.
Yep. Sure am.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Andy. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. Hey guys, how are you? Hey Aja, how's everybody doing out there? Kind of guys got to bear with me while I'm watching uh, some of my positions as we chat, but that's okay. I think when it comes to trading, it's a lot. It's really good sometimes when we talk about positions, why we took them, and stuff like that. Hi, Iris. Good. You're having a great day. I hope. I hope you mean yourself there. Show us, please. Uh, all right. Yeah, we'll definitely talk. We'll definitely talk about my positions. But hey, guys, if anybody has any questions about the software, this is the place to ask it, so I can help with those kind of configurations and things like that. Um, but meanwhile, yeah, we'll talk about the market because if I can help anybody with trading advice or something like that, I am more than happy to do so. A little bit disappointed. I bought this app this morning. It's got a pretty decent short float of around 10%, and was holding up very well. Still may go, but thought this thing coming off earnings. Earnings weren't all that great, but it's been beaten up, so probably a lot of short covering uh, taking advantage. But made me want to watch if it does creep up and breaks above this kind of 3 wick high, maybe around 610. Could attack that 640 area high. Uh, Beak. This is just one I entered not too long ago. This is one just I know how it trades. I trade a lot of China stocks, so uh, China, the K Web is up 8. This one opened up this morning, had a pullback, just like the way it looked. And it's one of those stocks when it gets on a run can really move. So Baidu jumped in this morning around 84, kind of like the way it was setting up right here. Had a little pop. I bought it right before it took that pop, but pulled back. Anyway, I've been my best trades have been my big cap Netflix. You can see I'm in for around 258 right here. Um, and of course, Meta. Just started nibbling on Meta back around 90. I actually added to my position today, but I started buying it down here around 94, something like that. No, 93. But small size. Anytime I'm looking to take a position in a stock that has been really beaten up, and I think there's opportunity. This may turn out to be an investment. Because may end up hanging on to this for a long time. I got a great price. Thing about it is when you do things like this, you have to remember go in with tiny size. Start out with tiny size. If you think, if you're one that is maybe looking for a good value, good investment or something like that, you can always add to it. Okay. Uh, let's see. Rum is kind of one I've been in for a while. Made some really good money on rum buying it down here, but I just got back in, so a little bit underwater on that one. SunPower, we talked about that one. Tesla, I was watching it this morning, bought it around 188.70. Just love the way it was setting up here, putting in these bottom tails. I thought if it took out this 190, it could have a pretty good pop to 95 level, but uh, not so much. This is one I'll stop out, basically for maybe a dollar loser. This is one. It's in a terrible downtrend. Hasn't even did a bar reversal today. So yeah, this is one I will keep very tight. Uh, I thought the China solars with the gap up in Neo this morning was going in that move is going to do well. So I bought a little Lee around 1802. Not liking this one. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put an alert right there, and if it does break below that low of the day, I'll stop out of that one. What's up, Aja? But guys, remember, I'm more of a swing trader. I don't do a lot of day trading. As a matter of fact, I am going to, you guys bear with me a little bit here. And see what I'll do a lot of times, I'll keep a core position, but I'll scalp out of some of these. Just took a little bit off of Netflix and keeping my core position, but uh, I don't like it getting it right above these two moving averages right here. You got your 20 and your 10 coming down. As long as it wanted to run, I was going to let it, but now seeing the market maybe get a little bit tired, so I'm going to take some profits there and my Netflix. I still have a decent core position, but uh, nonetheless, don't I don't want to let some profits get away. You still got to respect this market. I don't. You can't call this. It's a very impressive day, but it would be way too immature to say the bottom is in. And I've already taken some profits in that Sun Power, so put a little alert in here if it does. It didn't take out yesterday's high, so I want to see if this DQ gets up above. Of course, now every time it seems like every time I come in, I'll be having a great day, and then every time I come into this webinar, market rolls over on me. So Meta, I'm not looking to get out of any of that one. I got a really good position in that one, so I'm just gonna let that one go. Clean Energy I didn't talk about this one. It had earnings yesterday, had a decent move. I got back in a little at 743. I top ticked it, but that's okay. It's a half size position, and if it does take out this high going back yesterday, maybe I will I'll add to it. Okay, Raid says, I like swing trading. Do you think trade ideas is good? Yes. Uh, yes. I mean, that's a beautiful thing about trade ideas. You can set up many configurations to help you to find decent swing trades. And I like to look for setups. Uh, you actually have uh, a top list called Nice Setup. I think. Let's see. Yeah, nice setup. See if anything's in there right now. But so this is the kind of stuff I'm looking for. I'm not looking for stuff that's extended. Most of the stocks you find in here are going to be kind of setting up, still decent from their high. can always be good swing trades, kind of pulled back maybe on a 5-day time frame or whatever, kind of in the range, but putting in a good day today. Uh, there's another one, a nice little setup there. If it does get above 20, this is something I want to see. So uh, I love this par. There's another one. You know, I'm not one when I'm looking for swing trades to want to be chasing new highs, but I will at times if the volume's there and it's a mega breakout on the daily. Absolutely. But for the most part, I'm looking. I would have loved to have seen this right when it crossed uh, yesterday's high on this one. If I would have seen this right here, that would have been a beauty. You know, just kind of consolidating, pulled back, and then you popped above your not only your 10 period moving average, but you also popped above yesterday's high. Lithium, I didn't talk about this one either. Just setting up really nice on this daily here, but it can't get through. Having a hard time getting it through this 3275 level. Really upset about Ring this morning. I tried to buy that in after hours yesterday. I was so mad because I had a bid at 30 and it came down at right after earnings and it printed at 30 and I looked at my positions and I'm going, why didn't I get that? And I went over there and I wasn't on after hours. I was I was still on during live market hours, so I missed that one. But I'm looking for a pullback in this one. I thought they had decent earnings. Of course, it's been just beaten up. They actually kind of beat top and bottom, I believe. So this is one I'll be looking for a pullback if I can get it. I'm learning to watch the stock price for versus SMA. My charts have 10 SMA and 20 SMA and 8 EMA. Where should share price be relative to them? If you're looking, that's kind of subjective, Peter. you know, I take it you're looking at it daily. Excuse me, let me get some water real quick. Give me a little cough drop. If you're That's going to depend on your style, Peter. If you're looking at the daily, uh, it's not a question of where should the price be in the moving averages. I like to find things around their 10 SMA because that can be a nice little guiding hand for a possible. I don't want to call it momentum, but kind of guiding the price higher. See if I can find an example today. Uh, well, Tesla's a good example here. So this is intraday, but if it was the daily, it would be the same thing, because I looked for kind of setups like this. Uh, now Tesla's not doing all that great. Doesn't look good on the daily. It's below all its moving averages, so it's a little bit different. But I'm just kind of trying to show you. Let me see what would be on the daily. Would be a nice little. Uh, But then, like this DQ here, because so it's finally kind of dug up out of this wedge and popped. Now it's above all its moving averages. So now it switches to me to the 50. I want to see it. It's above all its moving average now, but the 10's way down here. Okay. So a lot of it's going to depend on what type of chart you're looking at. This is one now. It's above all its moving averages, except for the 200, of course. No, is that the 200 there? Yeah, it's still above the 200 as well. So I'm looking at the top moving average there. And I really want this thing to hold that 50 period moving average. So it's just a matter of preference and what where the price is on your chart versus your other moving averages. Okay. There's no, you know, in my opinion, when it comes to swing trading, I don't, you can look for those textbook setups, but they're going to be hard to find. Okay, yeah. If you're looking at the 15-minute, I love the 10 SMA, but a lot of people use the 9 EMA, I believe, or the 8 EMA, and they're going to be very close. So whatever, whatever floats your boat, so they say, is what I'd be kind of focusing on. Yeah, it looks like I'm probably get stopped out of this app. It is not working here. I think I got to stop in here if it breaks this low right here. Another half size. I bought it kind of early and would add if it's going to add if it broke through this moving average here and got close to highs, but not working. So I think my stop is around 1548 or something like that. So even though this Tesla, is ugly on the daily, and a lot of people would not even play this, I was loving the intraday setup, the way it sold off, bounced back, and kept putting in these. What does Barry call them? Rejection wicks or something like that. Uh, and yeah, it kept bouncing off this. So now you got the 10 period moving average, which is basically slightly above my entry. So for me, if this thing breaks down below that, I'll probably be, even though I'm a swing trader, this is one where it really needs to get, take out yesterday's high before there's, I like it that it had two big red volume days. So that could be hopefully a washout, but we'll see. DQ going to come all the way back on me, huh? All right. Let me see. Volume profile, Mar. Is that those volume kind of that runs kind of sideways on the charts? They're coming, but we don't have them yet. If that's what you're referring to, I think that's what you're referring to. Where kind of shows you the volume based upon different pricing price points. Hi, Rajiv. How you doing? What will be your routine for a situation like today? Yeah, it's kind of tough. I came in with some positions, okay, and I'm gonna be honest with you. In another account, I was kind of hedged a little bit, hedged some positions. Took a little loss, there, but I got out quick this morning on my hedge. I had some positions, and I was going into the CPI number. I just kind of want to hedge them a little bit, and I hedged them with a TZA. And luckily I got out as soon as it took out that 15-minute low right here. So I got stopped out around 32.20, and which is fine because put on a little hedge and didn't work. So I took a loss in that, but definitely made it up in my other positions, my longs. But on a day like today, it's really because honestly, we've been in a bear market, okay, and it's it's difficult to I don't rush in and start buying things right off the bat, unless it's an earnings play that I'm really feel comfortable with. I wish I would have bought that ring because I really loved that. I was managing, looking at positions, setting stops in and things like that. So uh really nice gap up above its moving averages there. But I like to watch for a little bit, and I get a feel, and then you see the spiders open up, and let me pull up my Epic Pen. All right. So big gap up in the spies, and then you see them put in that first bar right there. Okay. So yeah, there's a chance. I'm sure a lot of people taking advantage of that big gap up this morning was selling. So you had a little weakness right on that first bar. But then what happened? You took out the 15-minute high really really quick. And that's when I started, started looking for longs. Uh, and like I said, I did come in some stuff. I added to my SunPower. I already had a position in SunPower from yesterday. I bought it right here on this pullback. Okay. Yesterday, what happened? It got a tier one upgrade with a $27 price target. That doesn't make me do things, but I like to watch the price action when I see things like that. And this thing went up, came back down, and I bought it right here off this moving average yesterday. Stayed in, didn't really, even though the market sold off, this didn't really go against me that much. And then I had a nice pop, added to it. Trying to remember where I added to it. Seems like I added to it pretty early, but I can't quite remember. Uh, so a lot of times I'm watching my positions to see, do I want to add? Uh, I added to uh, Meta I mean, yeah, right here, right when it started going from highs around 106. Okay, so I already have a position, well in the money, looking to add. I added to Meta. Lithium, it's just kind of one I've been watching. Still may go. This is when I scalped the other day. I bought it right here when it broke out of this. Pull this out so you guys can see it better. It's always good, guys, to set alert. Good night. Uh, set alerts. You can see I had alert here set. I love the way this had earnings and it bounced up 3 times at this level and then poked through right there. I bought it and it got up here close to this level, sold half. In this bear market, I do a lot of this because a lot of times you can lose all those profits really quick. Okay. If we're in a raging bull market, it may be different. I may be holding on this things, maybe for, you know, 3, 4, 5 days to maybe even a week, uh, 2 weeks maybe. But in this type of market, I'm taking profits really quick on at least half of my position. I want to bang that out, so I'm stuck with half. Now, what happened yesterday? It market opened up, this got weak, and I sold out really quick. But it was still on my, I still had my eye on it because it's close to breaking out of this level. I think if it can get through this 3280 level, it can have a really really quick move, possibly to 35. Uh, so this is one that, well, I was excited about the market, so I do have a full size. I didn't buy a half, so I bought a full size in that one, but we'll see what happens. But to get back to my point, I'm always setting up price alerts. If I see things, if I'm looking through my uh, scans, and I'm always setting price alerts, and then you just forget about it, and next thing you know, they go off. Let's see. I gotta get stopped out of this one. Not yet. It's 63. No, 43. Yeah, regardless, it doesn't look good. Now, trying to think of things I did enter lead today. Just because probably a little premature there. I should have waited more, but it really looked like that Neo, the way it shot down and then gapped up and put in these wicks. I thought maybe uh, it would uh, it would bounce up. Clean I beak I entered today. App I entered today. It's a tough market to really come in and buy when you get that kind of gap up. Okay, I'll be honest with you. My biggest winners on the day were the ones that I held. I did, of course, that SunPower did add to, so that was a Put alert. This thing pops above this kind of range. Want to know about that? All right, let me see if I got any more questions here. But it's not easy. It's not easy when you've been in this type of market and then you got to stomach that big gap up. And it's a very good chance what we're gonna do is doji today. You see it all the time. We'll have a massive gap up. Hope it holds up, but there's a chance this thing can come back down and put in like a spinning top or a doji. But I like that it's kind of, this is a key level too. We got a nice little pivot level right here in the SPY. So you'd like to see it hold above that if you're bullish, and not come down and close below that pivot level. So that's going to be kind of a key area I think to watch. Great question, Mookie. He asked, does your stop losses amount to a set percentage each time, or do they average somewhere in a range? A very good question. Now, what I like to do is find a spot technically of where uh, the stock may break down. Now, if it's in a kind of calm, bullish environment, and like we have seen basically the last 13 years up until, well, we had a few incidences in there where it got really ugly. But maybe I will just put in or be thinking of a 3% stop. Okay. So what I might be looking for is a 3% loss, but I'm looking for possibly, anywhere from a 10 to 15%, to the target, to the upside. Now, that being said, what I'll do is I'll kind of keep that 3% in my head, but then find something technically on a chart where I would want to, get out. Let me see if I can find a good example. But remember, I'm talking about now when we're in a nice little trending bull market. Okay, we have not had that lately. We haven't had it all year. So I'm going to tell you now what I do in this type of market because it's a huge difference. And I think if people will adapt to this, they'll cut their losses a lot quicker and they'll make a lot more money. Uh, trying to think of an example. Okay, let's take lithium for example. Okay, now if I'm in this, clear out some of my stop alerts. Getting messy. My price alerts. You can see, guys, I do lots of price alerts. I cleared it out yesterday morning, so always good to use your price alerts. Okay, so this Lee, I love the way it's setting up. Now, if we're in a very nice, calm, trending bull market, I may enter this right here and tell myself, well, you know, if this breaks 30, okay, that's right around. I just do the configuration. Wait, let's see, that would be, yeah, that'd be about $3. Yeah, yeah, I'm not going to figure it out. But anyway, that's not the point right now. So I'm thinking, uh, what I would do is kind of figure that 3% in my head and then find a place on the chart where I would want to definitely get out. Okay. For in this case, if it breaks down below all these three moving averages, okay, that's not good. Okay. That's not what I anticipated it to do. Okay. So maybe below 30 would be my stop in a normal market where it's trending nicely. Uh, but now what I'm thinking of is, I know we've been in a bear market and things can turn really quick. I'm going to protect my upside. Okay. So I'm getting in this, anticipating it to break out of maybe you know, 6-week high right here. Okay. That's what I'm anticipating. Okay. But I'm quick on the trigger because I know this market has been turning around really quick. People are selling just like it's doing right now. So it's not doing what I anticipated to do. The market dynamics may be changing. So now I got this on the radar to where, you know what, I may raise this up. I may want to get out of this if it breaks below the 50 moving average. I mean, look what it did. This is a great example. I mean, look at yesterday. I mean, 2 days ago had a really nice move there, and then look what happened the day before. So what I'm doing now is I am keeping my stops a lot tighter. Okay. So what might be a 3% in a nice trending bull market may turn into a 1% in this market. Now, this is all subjective. Somebody else may want to play really small size and stick with, hey, I'm not going to get out of this thing unless it breaks the 200 period moving average. Okay. I'm just telling you what I like to do because I know in this market, if you get some profits to the upside, you better take them quick, at least half of them, because they can disappear really quick. And, you know, so those are two things I'm doing in this dynamic, this environment. Okay. First thing I'm doing is I'm taking profits really quick. The second thing I'm doing is I'm taking losses really quick. A lot of times I am not looking for, you know, a 3% loss because I know that could happen really, really quick, especially on an overnight gap or something like that. Or just I know people are got their hands on the trigger. They're looking to take their profits really quick in this environment. Uh, So my targets and my stop will change according to what the market has given me at that time. You're welcome. But I was even thinking last night, because I'm asking myself, it's like "God, this is a tough market. Why am I having such a good year?" And it all that's what it boils down to. It really it's you cannot play this market like you could this time last year, okay, or the year before, or every year going back for 12 or 13 years because we're in a bear market. And could it be possibly turning around? I don't know. Let's see. I gotta check to see if I got stopped out of that because I don't want it on my blotter if I did. Yep, I did. They must have barely got me. Oh well. Let me get this off my blotter. That's okay. Half size, I'm okay with that. Now, see, we're talking about this. This is kind of a different perspective as why I did not leave. Give this one maybe to lows of the day. Well, look at this chart. Okay, it's in a death march. Okay, for me, my thinking is, hey, this one is got a pretty decent short, about around 10% short flow. They had earnings, even though the earnings I didn't think was that great. It did gap up, and it looked like it may want to go to highs. My reason was for buying this thing is, hey, this thing has a really good chance to go to highs, and if it does, could be a quick, dollar. Who knows how far it's going to go. Okay. It did not do what I expected to do. Okay. For me, even though I'm a swing trader, it's back down below its 10 period moving average. The 10 period moving average was 1571. So now it's below all its daily averages. So I've sold myself, even though it's a half size position. This is what I'm expecting it to do. And I want to be out quick if it doesn't. And now the market is turning kind of droopy looking. And once again, it always does this when I'm in here. Must be just a time of day when people wanna sell. Well, I'm not gonna get into what is half size numbers because it's all relative, Peter. Some person, half size for somebody, maybe 2,000 shares, half size for somebody else, maybe 200 shares, maybe 50 shares. It's all relative. I'm just saying that I will not take uh, on certain setups, if they're not at that key level where I consider it to be kind of a breakout, I will take half size position. Yeah, Tesla needs to hold this level once again. Tesla is the same kind of story as I was talking about in uh, what's the one I just sold? APP. Okay, ugly chart. Okay, could not even get above yesterday's high. I'm kind of playing this intraday here, looking for it to hold this fast line. Okay, my entries is around 188.74, so I am going to keep this one tight. Okay, because there's nothing bullish about this daily chart. So probably my drop dead price in this is going to be right there. Yeah, I'd like to see this Baidu get above. I don't know if I talked about that. Yeah, I did. I did say my entry. Now, this is half size position because no man's land in between two moving averages. Now, if it does get above this uh, 20 period and maybe takes out this level right here, now I'm talking about maybe adding, kind of like I did with Meta, kind of like I did with Netflix. Uh, Netflix is one that I bought into earnings. I don't do that very often, but just like the way the chart looked. And anyway, had a real good, profits for a couple of weeks in this thing. And then I held on to a little bit. Okay. I like to hold on to some, thinking, hey, this may be uh, generational low in Netflix. And I'm hoping it is. Didn't work. Okay. I got stopped out of my last bit of that. I think on this day right here, my last like quarter percent or something like that. So what I did is I bought it. I started buying it on this day because I was looking for that gap fill, and like you can see, I had a price price alert down there. Did not quite get it. I had to reach up and buy it a little bit. So now I'm in this one, and if it does get back above these moving averages, this could be may finally fill that gap that I thought it was going to do over here. Charts that I'm kind of playing on the daily that, like Meta, like Netflix, like, some of these ones that may be a good long-term investment. The way I'll trade these is I'll keep a core position. I'll never let it go unless it breaks down. Okay. Like Netflix over here got below all these moving averages, took out this low. I had to let it go. Okay. If it breaks down, you know, basically did a kind of a horseshoe, a rainbow of death, Steve will call it. So, but now I'm back in. I'm liking the way it's has the potential to once again be a generational low. I will trade around the core and keep a core position just in case it does want to go, eventually and fill that gap. I swear, man, every time I come in this thing with positions, the market starts to sell off. Dollar is getting a bump here. Beak's doing okay. Baidu's doing okay. Clean, half size. Not crazy about that, but I can't. DQ pulled back on me. Still barely down on it. FTech, I'm actually in at 130. I bought it, had earnings yesterday, and I bought it at 130. This is something I entered late in my paper trading after it. And Tesla, almost flat in this. No, I'm down a little bit. I got to put a stop in this Tesla. Let's see. All these moving averages 185. See, if we were in a a like I said, a very nice either raging bull market or a just a normal bull market, there's no way I'd be putting a stop in this. But I just know how this market is and how fast this stuff can sell off. So you got to put you got to put stops in on these things. Let's see, one. Excuse me, guys, while I do this. Well, yeah, Rajiv, yes, as far as having a tool to provide the top S&P leaders at the end of day, for example, yeah, you can just do that. I mean, a simple change from close uh, will help you there. I mean, it's like I have, let's see, above all SMAs here. Let's take a look. So basically, if you want to, buy a change from close, just use a change from close percentage column, and you can get and just don't put any filters in it. Okay, so it's going to scan all 8,000 stocks, in the market, and it's going to give you the top performers just by using change from close percentage. I'm not sure if that's what you're looking for, but that's what I use. I mean, now we have market cap filters too. So if you want to eliminate some of these low float, very low market cap ones, you can just use a market cap filter in there and just put 2 billion, 4 billion, whatever you want to put in the minimum of the market cap if you're only looking for like S&P 500. Or well, if you're looking for S&P 500 stocks, you're going to have to create uh, a symbol list and copy and paste all the symbols from the S&P 500. I think we have one in there. Okay, that you can look and just go to tools, symbol list. No, what am I doing? I'm in the wrong section. Go here, configure. Then you can go to symbol list and add existing list, and you can look through there. We may have an S&P 500. The only thing, it may be outdated for a bit. Uh, Now I created my own, I think, in here, but yeah, you can look in there. We can find the S&P 500, but so you'll have to do that. But what I like to do is just look at all the stocks. So I just use a market cap a lot of times, a market cap filter when I'm uh, looking for stocks that had the best performing. All right, Peter. Yeah, so Michael probably is going to be on there, I guess, huh? Another example of why I might, okay, just some other things that may go into um, my putting in my stop and where I might want to put them. Okay, this Lee, even though it looks fine on the daily, it's kind of just in a range here. One of my reasons for entering it was Neo was doing very well off of earnings. Okay, that has changed. Neo is bleeding, going to lows right now. It's right at its 10 period moving average. See if it holds there. But if this thing doesn't hold that 10 period moving average on the daily and starts cratering, okay, I may tighten my stop up a lot more on Lee, right? They're both China EV stocks. So Amazon alert. Yeah, I'm gonna put one around the 10 period moving average. Yeah. So I'm not liking this. I'm not liking anything about this trade. So even though in normal conditions, maybe I would stop out in this thing below 1650. But now the reason I got in has changed dramatically. So I am looking probably as my alert goes off there. More than likely, I will go over and sell that position. Take a small loss. See, here's the thing, guys. It's like, don't kick yourself if you, because it's going to happen. I promise you, it's going to happen. You're going to get out of a trade, okay, where you got stopped out or you just wasn't working and you close it out, and hours later you saw it just back up and ripping, and you're going to just, why did I get out? And what is that? What is that going to do to you? Okay, it's what it's going to do. It's you're going to have that in your mind when you're trying to get out of a losing position going forward, and you're going to be thinking, it's like, well, gosh, last time I did this, it turned. I'm going to get out and it's going to turn. Don't do that. Okay, stick with your rules. Okay, cut your losses. Yes, some of them are going to turn around. You can always get back in, but you want to keep those losses at a minimum. And because what happens is you're going to find out, as long as you have the ability to let your winners run, those winners are going to pay, for those losses. Okay, even if you have uh, a 40% win ratio, 30% win ratio, if you're letting your winners run like this Meta that I've been in now, you know, from started my position around 93, I believe. Well, right here I've added, and you still see it's 95. My okay, I'm not I'm not taking I'm not taking anything. Uh, Now, should things change and maybe the market starts to roll over and this Meta starts to roll over with it, maybe I will bang out of a little bit. But what I'm trying to do is let my winners run. Okay. Uh, Netflix was a little bit of a different situation because it was right up against these two moving averages here. Not only that, you had a kind of a little bit of a pivot level here as well. So still got my core position, just banging some out. But regardless, I'm not looking to sell, any more of this anytime soon. That's, I took some profit, so I'm gonna, stick with it. Let's see. Any more questions? Listen, wow, this hour went by fast. Watching this rum, it has a little personality to it. It's still yesterday it sold off, pretty hard. And once it got above this 10 period moving average, look at this nice little move it had. So going to be watching this here maybe for an ad. Um, probably half size right now, but if it does get above, that's why I set alert there. If it does get above this 10 period moving average and that starts to curl around, I may, even though it's down on the day, you know, I see kind of a personality to this thing. So what GDX been performing well. Gold. I had a Newmont alert go off today. And yeah, I had an alert right here that went off. So maybe this one's been kind of in a range. Now this used to be the darling of gold miners. Had bad earnings, a couple of bad earnings, I believe. Uh, but one to watch if it gets back above today's high. If you're into playing gold stocks, because that is kind of a key level there. But boy, those are things just I don't like chasing those gold stocks. But that being said, okay, let's call it like it is. Okay, gold is on a 2 month high. Silver is on a multi-month high, like about a 3 month high. I know they get a bad rap from a lot of people out there, but let's not argue with it. You got gold and silver, basically looking a lot better than the spies and Qs, in my opinion. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to go out and load up on them. That's for sure. You got to always be careful buying those things at highs. Let's take a look at IWM. Give it some back now. It's funny. The spies are actually uh, IWM was outperforming them for a while there. Yeah, key level here. If you're bullish, you would like to see get above this pivot level and close above it today. Otherwise, we stand a chance just coming back and filling that gap. It's got a pretty decent short float. Maybe one to watch if it takes out highs for a scalp. That's not something I'd probably buy and hold, but could watch that level there. SunPower maybe getting ready for another setup. Oh, look at that lithium fight back. That's kind of going opposite of the SPYs right now. Basically flat on that one. Now keep an eye on this lithium because it's one of those stocks that when it does break key levels, it can have some really decent moves to it. So I always call it lithium. It's actually Livent. That dang app, it's probably going to end up going. Oh well. All right, guys. We'll take a look real quick. Waiting for Barry here on the SPYs and see what we have. Once again, we're below our 10-period moving average, getting a little bit heavy, it looks like, but backed up to this key level. See if you can dig in here. Qs ran right into their 50 and having an issue there on the Qs.
Sorry, Andy.
No problem. IWM.
Well, no, I'm really sorry because I can't take over. So you're going to have to be there till 4. Okay.
Shut her down. Very nice.
Put her down.
That's right.
Okay, I'll take over right now for you if you want.
All right, Barry. I appreciate it. Yeah, I can go over here and manage a few positions just in case this market wants to roll over on us.
You think you're going to be in tomorrow? How's Steve doing?
No, we'll see.
Yeah.
If he doesn't feel well, one of us will fill in for him for sure.
Okay.
No problem. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Okay, no problem. We'll add myself to the stream. There we go.
Okay,
guys. So I'm back in both rooms. Oh, actually, I'm not back in the other room. Back in both rooms now, guys. Let me get rid of my announcement.
Have a good one, Barry.
You too.
Bye, everybody.
Andy.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, there's a question there. No, Brenda, no, there is not something that shows just the pre-market volume. No. Questions have been asked before, but we do not have pre-market volume broken out from the normal from the overall day's volume. All right, so guys, the TGTX, I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, I wish it hadn't gone down below 8, but it's not too bad. The big issue right now, of course, is that next level, which is 843. 843 is the next high looking left. Will that stall it? I don't know. Give me a moment here, guys. So Brandon, did you hear my answer to that? There is not. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, so Brandon, did you hear my answer? I just want to make sure you did hear my answer. Question is there a search criteria, custom search that can show me just pre-market volume? And the answer is no. But in case you can't hear me, okay, guys, just before I left, I was really interested in this Pac B, and I know it pulled back. Let's see if it holds this VWAP here, 988, and maybe bounces off 10. I like it, obviously, because of the potential void fill. It was just as I was taking my break that I saw this, so. All right, BVS. big, nice bounce today for it. Lots of room, of course. I had the big down day on the 8th. That was the 8th. Earnings, huge move down. Trying to recover somewhat today. So you guys are talking about the EBIX. Obviously, it finally gave it up. Yeah, wow, no kidding. 30.23. Woohoo. Now, what is the market doing? So the market is finally putting in a little bit of a pullback, okay? Finally. Just notice here that was at noon, so we had an hour of straight down, not huge candles or anything, but wow, TGTX guys. Now again, I wish this weren't here. I wish that 843 was not there, but it may not matter. It may not matter if it takes out 843, 865, next high. Remember, it's an earnings play, so this is this reaction, huge reaction. It's a big float. And that's a tremendous move for that float. 134 million to do 61% is a huge percentage move for that float. Huh, interesting. The AI didn't have a bad day today. The AI nailed the EBIC short at 29.73. Interesting. That was right at 11.40. So if you have the AI, you would have seen this nailing the EBIC short at 29.73. Now, interestingly, it got stopped out first. Okay, but because it had it's a pretty tight stop, 60-cent stop or something. So it got stopped out at the 29.73. It popped up, got stopped out, but right after that, turned around and turned out to be a great short. Keeping an eye on the PAC-B, guys, to see how well it holds 10 and over the VWAP, PACB. Actually, I see PAC-B is right there too in the large cap gainers. Okay, apps, a little bit of a pullback for apps. APPS had a great run, of course. Pulled back a little bit, but kind of resting here now. Well above the VWAP. What sort of room does it have when we look left? 1749. Looks like 1749 is the next high looking left. It did get to 1745 today. Disney, hadn't looked at, did Disney have a pop at all with the market? Yeah, it did move with the market. A little bit choppy because the market did not do that, of course, on that opening 9:30 candle. But it did move with the CPI number or data. Okay. Oh, did Andy answer that question? Can Trade Ideas have a tool to provide the top 10 S&P leaders at the end of the day, for example? Absolutely. Well, I shouldn't say that. Let me, we do have an S&P race, so S&P 500 race. So you probably hear somewhere there is a top list S&P 500. So yeah. So when you say leaders, it depends what you mean. The change from the close. Um, that would be the top 10 if you want to add the open, but if you want just a change from the close. But again, Andy probably answered that question for you. All right, so Campbell Soup is in Zach's bouncers. Just looking here. Actually got alerted quite a few times. So, well, actually not too bad. 49.89 was the first alert down to 49.34, which it is. Market is putting a little bit of a green bar. All right, NVTA. I know Paul was saying that these little guys aren't really. Today was the day for the larger cap ones for sure, but here's NVTA. Actually, 230 million in the float. What's up with that one? 34% though. 17 million have traded, 3.5 times normal. Some volume coming in. NVTA high yesterday was 303, so it's above that high. And when we look left. Yeah, it looks like the next high is 335, so 332. A little bit of room for NVTA if it wants to keep moving. All right, guys, I'm just kind of not getting too many new alerts. The NVTA I just talked about. The EBIX is trying to maybe bounce a bit now. Maybe it's starting to put in a little bit of base. I'm just looking right there and I'm seeing that it is trying. Beyond Meat, what is Beyond Meat doing? Yeah, last time I looked, I thought maybe it might have a bit of a run, but not yet anyway. It's an earnings play. Beyond Meat, BYND, is an earnings play. Take a look at 9 for Poe at $8. I think he said $8. Okay. Continue to watch the PAC-B just in case it holds that 10 and starts to run a bit. Did get up to I think the 1050 mark earlier. Watching it to see if that histogram starts moving higher. Still holding the VWAP. 990 is the VWAP, so it's kind of holding it. It's probably a good time to take a look at the AI and the re-entry. So I haven't talked about this for quite a while now, but you know, there's EBIX, okay? So you have the short entry at 29.73, got stopped out, okay? You can see the stop hit 30.36. Now, if it gets back to the re-entry price, which is 30.04, nothing scientific, it's just halfway between the entry and the stop, happens to be 30.04. If it goes to that price, okay, this is a very specific example, of course, but any one of them, then you get a re-entry, okay? And look what happened. I mean, the entry was at 1140, got stopped out at 1141. It was very quick, and then re-entry at 1142, and from there, boom, all the way down. So it's a great way to use the re-entry. Let's see what happened on this one. Same sort of thing. It got stopped out. Not immediately, though. Let me see. Yeah, this was in for quite a while, almost 2 hours before it got stopped out. This is MNST. What is it doing from 97.73? So not great, but 97.73. So it's a little bit above it. At 98, maybe it's going to curl and move. Okay, so it's a way to use. Now notice no others were triggered because, first of all, it has to get stopped out. Number one. And nothing else triggered. So it's a way you can have that just add the reentry price. And it does generate another stop. I used to say that, you know, just wait for reentries, you know, never mind the initial alerts, just wait for reentries all day. You know, you won't get very many, but you know, sometimes it's just a matter of, and obviously in this particular case with EBIX, it was just a little bit early. I mean, literally about a minute early. Okay. I mean, it got stopped out almost immediately and then it came back down. And from there, it started to run. All right, this one is moving here. ATXI is starting to move here. There's some volume coming in. Histogram looks interesting. Starting to move 203 but again, as Poe said, these little guys are not in favor right now. Yeah, I just don't see. I mean, it may keep running, but I'm not too interested. I mean, why I'm clicking on it because it's showing up in the race, but I'm just not that interested. Wow, GFI. Yeah, somebody mentioned this is the third day in a row. Wow, what a move. $8, about a 50% move in less than 3 days. Maybe I better become a gold bug. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. because I think this is just entering the fray here. Rocket Pharmaceuticals, RCKT. This is just entering. I'm just noticing it first time on the gap up and go. It had to take out the high right there, the high of the day. And now it is starting to move, RCKT, but look left, what do we see? 1781 is the high. So, I mean, it's got 40 cents, but that's probably not enough. Oh, who knows? But look at the histogram. It is definitely, we're getting some strong indicators that the bullish candlestick patterns obviously greater than the bearish ones. But again, I just look at that 1781 and think it could stall right there. And TGTX continues to just kind of hang around just underneath that high, 843. All right, this one, shortable for me, is just too cheap. VCSA just showing up again in my 10-day daily breakdown, making another new low. All right, guys. Well, I'm starting to lose interest in the market right now. I'm not getting too many new. I mean, it's hard after that an unbelievable run we had for a couple of hours. So if you have any questions, there is a marketing meeting at 2, so I'll be taking off for probably half an hour then. So are there any? If there are any questions, please ask now. And I wonder if Pepe is around. He's around. Well, I'll just ask you on the slide. So the Windows update I did last night has destroyed the audio quality of my headsets. I tried about 4 or 5 of them. Tinny, staticky, horrible. And it was just the Windows update. I know I've sort of done some searching, but I thought I'd turn to the master if he said, just do this, flip this switch and it'll all be good. Anyway, Well, Dak, it's funny. I've been doing the updates now, I don't know, for several years now without any issue. This is the first time in a long time. I'm assuming that's the reason because I haven't done anything else. Well, I've had 11 now for how long? 2 years? And I've had no issues really. But anyway, I thought maybe there's maybe a driver or something. I did, guys, I don't want to hijack it, but yeah, I went to the sound settings. I went to the troubleshoot sound problems. I did all the things I think I'm supposed to do to figure something out. Hey guys, look at DRCT, DRCT. Volume coming in. It's actually an earnings play. Didn't realize it. It's actually an earnings play. Keep, I keep watching this Pac B just to see if it explodes from here. Well, it explodes, but because it's a big float, not expecting, but I'm just watching it to keep it in sight here. It's holding the VWAP, and just only because of this void. Okay, that's the only reason. We had that one day. Let's see, it looks like August 11th, and it just exploded all the way up to 14. Of course, it closed right back down, but I'm just wondering if anything similar could happen. Wow. Okay. Things have, I mean, we just got too spoiled by this move that we had, from 8:30 on. But right now, I'm just not seeing too much. APPS, I mean, it's looking good. I mean, if it holds at 17, it's looking really good if it can hold it and start to move from here. You could look over here. I mean, in theory, it's got some room to 20. It's not the next high looking left, but if you disregard all the little areas other than that, it's got room to 20. Another little leg down for V. I mean, maybe I should take this. I mean, there's a 5 cent drop. Maybe if it drops another 30 or 40 cents, that would be pretty good. I'm talking about the VCSA. All-time low. All-time low. Nothing holding this up now. Earnings play. I always get a little queasy about reinstalling drivers and like taking a driver out and then trying to restall it, making sure I'm doing it correct. But yeah, I'll look at that once I get out of here. Fetch, go fetch, FTCH, modest little move. Is that high right here? Again, guys, it just sort of nothing really happening for me here. Next high is 943, so it's about $1 away. I mean, if it can get through that 856. So there is some room for fetch, FTCH. You're in the question site there, Dwayne, as opposed to the stock site. That's okay. All right. Well, this one is starting to move down now. Docs, DOCS. This might be it's an earnings play. I'm sorry, it is not an earnings play. It will be earnings after hours today. So again, like most stocks, it had the big run, but this is now starting to give it up. DOCS starting to give it up. That's a pretty good break. So if you're looking for a potential short, it's possible right there. The low of the day is, or the low in the pre-market was 23.72. So there's a couple of dollars there approximately. CGMU. Oh, halted because of volatility. Yeah, I see that. Wow. What are these? Yeah, one of these fixed incomes ETF trusts. Yeah, that just all of a sudden do has crazy action out of nowhere. No volume though. No volume. 32,000 shares. Now it could explode, of course, because other traders around the world are seeing this and wondering what the heck is going on with this. It has an interesting spread, 28.59, 106.64. So every time TGTX starts to move down a bit, it comes right back up. There's the bottoming tail. His histogram is still strong. Hey guys, PACB's making a little bit of a move here. PACB making a little bit of a move. So you're playing a DRCT on a pullback, obviously, DRCT on a pullback. Let's see what the pullback level was. So it looks like it pulled back to the VWAP on the 15 anyway. Maybe not. No, it didn't. So it pulled back to 319 or so. So run is still, so the solar stocks are still obviously in play. This PWR, let's see what it did. It did almost the same thing as run did. So I had to pull back. It's still looking good. And tan probably looks identical. Yeah, a little pullback. Actually, no. I mean, it's kind of flattening out. So if you want to just play, there's the ETF for solar stocks. You don't want to try to pick one. Here's the ETF for it. Okay, PACB making a little bit of a move. That was I was in this 4 times, guys. 2 okay, 1 not so good, and the other kind of flat. I just did it on my own, of course. Kept trying to break out over 5. I mean, when I say not okay, I mean I had my stop. I didn't get killed or anything, but yeah, every time it kept trying to break over 5. And this is why, I did this all on my own. I think that's when I was muted myself. This is so risky. And I wasn't going to, say, okay, guys, I'm in it here, just in case anybody wanted to follow, because this is way too risky for most. Well, anybody knew anyway. Boy, look at this market, guys. So after that hour of down, now we're just sort of moving right back up. Wow, 970. I haven't even looked at the numbers. 979, 640. SPY's up 17. Now, tomorrow will be the interesting day. Will it hold? Well, here's another one, guys, right through the 200-day moving average. 1835, well, a little bit above the 200-day moving average at IVZ. There is the 200-day. That's that green line right on the chart. And what do we see looking left? First of all, XLF. See, financials have been pretty strong over the last little while. When you look at it, from here, from October 13th to today, almost a month, I had a little pullback here, a little pullback here, but overall, and it's above the 200-day moving average, XLF financials. So even though, you think the market is not, well, lots of doom and gloom, but look at the financials above the 200-day moving average. Is what William is talking about. I don't know, it doesn't say here. I'm sure there's a number. Laying off staff. How's the Meta doing today? Well, there's a potential gap fill, 137. I think Andy is long Meta. I think he's long. I think he might have taken it just around 100. Andy at Trade Ideas. William, you're in the questions tab also. Another one that's moving a little higher is Trox, coming into, it looks like a ton of resistance around 1350 to 60. TROX. BTAI, didn't think I've seen that one today. Oh, there it is, right at the top here. Okay, earnings play, yeah. Coming into the, well, I guess it's far enough away. The 200-day moving average, 1450, sorry, 1440. Oh, look at this one now. This is, again, running counter to the market. This is a gap up and reversal. Still positive, but starting to reverse. PYCR. All right, guys. There's a marketing meeting in about 4 minutes or so, so I'll put myself on mute now. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that long meeting, but I am back. And yeah, I mean, the TGTX is sort of, I don't know what to do on this really. I mean, the TGTX is still strong. Well, it's way above the VWAP, of course. And it just looks like, I mean, it's still strong. Um, I'm not advising anybody to hold this overnight or anything, but boy, it is still strong. Holger, if you asked me if I'm still in a meeting and now I'm not, did you have a question by any chance? Well, there's a pot for DWAC. There is a pot for DWAC right here. Some volume coming in. Big volume coming into DWAC for whatever reason. Yeah, it looks like a ton of profit taking now for the TGTX. Now this is just showing up as a gap up and go, Agio, A-G-I-O, A-G-I-O. And what sort of room does it have? 29.52, a little bit of room, not much. If you think that that high is going to block it, 29.47 is the high. Let's see if the histogram really reflected that big drop. Not really. This would have been nicer to see something really down here. All right, guys. So listen, it's 3 o'clock now. So I know I was on mute for a while. I will put myself back on mute. I'm still here. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic for sure. Or if I have anything I want to say, I'll hop back on. And I'm still intrigued with the Pac B. Pac B. I thought it was really going to start to move here. Oops. And again, I'm just interested because of this gap up here. I don't know how many shares were traded up here, at that 1421, but certainly there were shares traded all the way up. Just don't know how many. So anyway, put myself on mute. Again, if you have any questions, please ask, and I'll get right back on the mic. Yeah, so you can see that both rum and DWAC had a little bit of a pop. Rum coming out of a lot of consolidation here. Okay, guys, I'm going to wind this down. YouTube will still be open, of course, till 4:30. Chris will be in the YouTube room in a couple of minutes, I think. So I'm going to wind this down in the main room. Thanks for all the help. Interesting day, of course. And yes, their markets are open tomorrow, in case anybody wondered. So I'll open the trading room at 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And of course, YouTube still open. Oh, there you are. Okay.
You're right.
I'm going to go through a
Eager to go.
version right now. So I was just waiting for you to show up so I can maybe solve my audio issues. So, well, I won't give away the secret. So,
We'll wait. All right. I hope you get that fixed quickly, and I'll see you later.
okay, bye.
Adios, Barry. All righty, everybody. Happy Thursday, aka Friday Junior. Who had this on their bingo card for today, right? So we come in hotter than expected back here. Bear trap. And continues to be a wicked bear trap now, right? And even with this fade that we had here, we never took out that low. And here we are up above 390 and looking pretty strong, to be quite honest. So buttons, as they say. Part of me wanted to go long going into the CPI number, but that's gambling. And perhaps someday when I've got $100 million in the bank, I can make gambling moves like that. So, FOMO and hindsight trading this morning, I saw that massive gap up all of a sudden out of the CPI numbers right away. And of course, I was feeling a little down about it, but that's just the way it goes sometimes, folks. And can't be foolish with the money that we have. Got to be careful with that stuff. So, of course, anybody with any questions, fire those away for me, please. If anybody's wondering, just made an adjustment on my layout down here. I got rid of those two scans that were next to each other that were basically the same, getting back my pink. that were basically the same. And so I got rid of one because with the last winner here, I don't need to see all winners really. I've got the top 10 and then it shows the last winner here. So cut down the layout, cut down the load on the machine here. Some more hindsight trading, LTHM. I discussed this a whole lot, saying above 32, I want to be an owner of it. Looking really good right now, taking out monthly highs here. And, it's without a question, not only has room to run to the lifetime high, but that short float's going to get some shorts really scared. We can see they've already been moving out in the past here. And at its regular average of shares traded with what's held short, it would take 7 days for all the shorts to cover right now. So, this is it's a nice setup. It won't matter if the entire market gets rocked, though. Again, if we come in tomorrow and it's a big sell-off, this will be irrelevant. But as long as there isn't a big sell-off, I think this is about as strong as a case that I can make for being long right here. For myself, anyways. Can't make that case for any of you folks. I'm sorry. You have to make that case for yourself. Energy, mixed bag in that today. So, everything is up, obviously, generally speaking. Energy not participating quite like everything else with an inside day today. I still think that energy is very tied to the election from a couple of days ago, but we shall see. I still overall like the looks of this right here, but we'll see. I've got that's not true. I have one energy position that I'm holding right now, and I'm going to leave that the way it is for now. But just going through, energy. It looks pretty decent here on this chart, on this daily chart. Energy. I would like to not see such a topping shadow, but I'm still okay with that chart. More energy. Inside day. I don't feel that's quite as strong. $10 is a big deal, though. Holding above $10. This is a very new issue, so that's a lifetime high that's right there. More energy. Another good looking chart as far as I'm concerned. More energy. So I think you get the point here. I like energy. No, this is a really good looking chart here too. You get this big bottoming shadow here, and the sellers just can't seem to get it together. Big area through here, getting through here. Anywho, that's that. I really didn't do a lot of active trading today. I really didn't do any active trading today, so there's not much for me to comment on that. Again, I was head down, working on some technical support issues and things like that. Adjusted this scan here, so now it's looking at 5-minute Bollinger Bands instead of 15-minute Bollinger Bands. Looks like that worked out really well on this alert. This one right here. I mean, holy cow, what a move. I didn't even see that today. Ha! Oh, that's not fun. All right. Let's see. Run is a solar stock. Big day from that. I mean, everything's up. Rising tide lifts all boats, all those things like that. So obviously the top 10 should look good today. If it doesn't, I'd be really mad. Well, I guess, look, off 22 to 24 here. So, okay, yeah, this was still pretty solid here. APPS, I think everybody saw this one. Beautiful move through here. Gap up, and then it gave you time through here. Really banged around 16 for a while before making that lift off to 17. It's another great look. AEHR, it's been a beautifully strong chart, and here it is really participating again today. A little bit volatile, little more volatile than the other charts that we looked at. Sorry. How does this tool work? Whatever ends first on the green bars are an entry stock. No, there's no entry signal on these. You know, it's just pointing you to stocks that are active in the regard that you're looking for them to be active. From there, you're going to have to decide, how does this or does not fit into my trading plan and all that. So every time a stock wins a race, it gets a count on it here. You can make the races as long as you want. I use 3-minute races personally because I like 15-minute charts. So it's 5 races per 15-minute bar. And it just kind of keeps things that are moving in focus. So I'm racing more or less on stocks that are strongest from the open. So I don't care if a stock gap down. As long as it's strong off the open, I want to know about it. And then from there, I make a decision on how it does or does not fit into my trading plan. So that's the short and skinny of how it goes. But there's no necessary entry signal on any of this. That's up to you and your trading plan, what you figure to be an entry signal. Now, people use various things as their entry signals. Some people want to see a break of a whole number, so in this case here, you got it dancing really hard around that whole number. Once it got 22 and held, it was off to the races. So it's, if you're on the newer side of trading anyways, it's one thing you want to look at. Some people like a pullback to a moving average. So, in this case here, I've got an 8 EMA. I've been known to use this on occasion. If I see something bouncing off the EMA, it looks strong. That could be a buy signal for someone. Just basic support and resistance. If we were to draw a support resistance line, that happens to coincide with $22, but we could see how important $22 was. And once it really claimed over it, it got this candle closed over it. That was it. It was off to the races on that. It might even be illustrated better on a 5-minute chart. There's no right or wrong on any of these. So, we could look here, see where closing candle on the 15-minute chart looked good. Closing candle on the 5-minute chart, not as good. You got that closing candle here. This candle opened here, closed down here. Then it opened here, closed down here before finally turning around right here. So, you had a long time going sideways through there before the full lift off. So there is that. Mike, see what's happening? Michael Anthony, GTN dip on Wednesday, that insider buying. I don't have insider buying data, so I couldn't tell you. Look at a chart, but unfortunately, that insider information that we used to have is gone. Yeah, I got nothing. Sorry. I got nothing. Sorry on that one. I would say now you got chart resistance here after that move down. So 1050 will become a struggle on that. But, you got a floor down here at, whatever it is, 860 or something like that. Cake. Oh, man, I want some Cheesecake Factory right now. It's my guilty pleasure restaurant. I know we went over this the other week. One of these days when I have time to go out to eat again. Anywho. I still kind of sort of like this chart on Cake. This rounded bottom here. Gonna need the market on my side for this though. But as we try to clear this level here, I like it. I like it a lot. But I'm gonna sit on my hands probably to add to anything till Monday. Fairly sure. Let's hit back to that top 10 there. So DWAC was back in action today, huh? Just kind of a pop right there. That's it. A little bit of a move. A little bit of a move right there. All right. HUSA. Wow. That was quite a move. So it had earnings, has earnings coming up in the post market here. This is going to be one to watch, right? Anybody punches lottery tickets like that. We'll see. Holding up above this 4 level now. Pretty small float. Oh, excuse me. Only 8.8 million in that float. You, me, you, me. Had this early initial move. That was it. Bumble. We saw Bumble yesterday on earnings, right? Yep. Bumble had earnings yesterday. Big initial move, a pullback, and a bounce off that pullback. And last but not least, Direct Digital Holdings. Another earnings play from the pre-market. Gap up, kind of rounded out. And a bit of an explosion here. Not a bad move. Wouldn't mind if it had a little more liquidity on it, to be honest, though. Curious what's the spread here on this. Sorry, I have all my brokers closed right now, so I'm just loading up the simulator to see if I can get the spread on this thing. I'm curious. 2-cent spread right now. That's not bad. I'm lying, not a 2-cent spread. It's a 13-cent spread. That's terrible. So, I don't know if that was really tradable or not. I don't know if the spread's been like that all day. Anyways, there you have it, sports fans. MSGM is our last winner here. This thing is doing crazy volume as compared to normal. Ain't that something? So 9 number is a big deal, right? If we can get up above 9, might take another shot at 10 here. Earnings, this doesn't have earnings for a couple of days still, so. PED has earnings on Monday. PED. Well, I don't know. Could that be it for it? I mean, we've seen some of these spikes here. Not on a percentage basis, they're okay. They're not wild or anything, but it's done it before. Perhaps it can do it again. I think there's a lot of energy charts that look a million times better than this, but it's a cheapie, so a couple of percent is a big deal on cheapies. It's a bear market. This is what bear markets do. If you go back in history, you'll see, a lot of bear markets like this. Again, are we ending the bear market? Could be. That could be the bottom, right? We won't know for a while. I don't think we'll know till I'd say January if that was truly the bottom or not. If we don't retest this by January, I think there's a very good chance that was the bottom for this bear. and that a new bull run would be setting up. But for all we know, we come in tomorrow and we gap right back down. I have no idea. No one does. I will say that this right here is a very big deal, making a new high right here, though, because if you look, higher or lower highs for a long time. Now, we had this here, and then we did take that out back here. So there is that. So don't just think, oh, well, we made a higher high here. That's it. We're done. No, that's not how it's going to go. We'll see. But, we made that higher high there. And then we saw us come down and make new yearly lows after that, taking out the June lows. And not by a little bit did we take those out. We took them out handedly. But all the same, nothing changes sentiment like price. Nothing changes, demeanor like winning, all those things like that. So for now, let's see. Do we get, this was a beautiful bull run that happened here. Are we going to get something similar to that right now? I don't see why we can't. We take out this high right here, then we're really talking some bullish stuff, some really bullish stuff. And remember, there'll always be a macro argument for why we should be going down. The macro arguments for why we should be going down will probably always be louder. I'm not saying better, just louder than the macro reasons that we should be going up. And so that's why don't pay too much attention to the macro. Don't overanalyze the macro environment. Anywho, I would imagine my evening scan is going to be lighting up the world tonight. I made some attempts at trading earlier. Excuse me, yawning. Set some price alerts. A few of them worked out all right. I just, wasn't able to stay focused. So here, you had this pullback below 8 and came rocking right back up. That would have been a nice pullback trade, actually. I did take a trade in this. I exited it on this candle, as a matter of fact, here. Looked good at that time. And here we go. Beautiful move afterwards. HIMX was an earnings play. Never got out of first gear or second gear or whatever. After that gap up in initial couple of 15-minute candles up. We already talked about LTHM, PTEN, Patterson Energy. I really like this one here. Nice consolidation going on right now. You got this recent high back here, and could be big legs on it afterwards. Very strong stock, I think. I no longer have a position in Patterson. I had a position last week and early this week. I closed it out a couple of days ago. So anyways, GRWG was winning some earlier races, or at least at the top of the list in some early races. Had a nice move, actually. Off, gap up and a beautiful 50+ cent move after the gap up. Since gave it back, but nice little day trade out of that. I didn't take it, but there was a nice day trade in there. We already talked about APPS, Pacific Bio. Nice move in this. We got a nice consolidation here, banging on that 10, and then exploded out of that 10 for a good 50+ cent move, 60 cent move over 10. Came back and gave it up afterwards, but still, look at this chart here too. It's a bio, I know, so that's tricky, but it's a good looking chart right there on the daily chart. RKLB, who are you? Rocket Lab, earnings play. So never materialized to anything. This never materialized to anything here. The semiconductor I was looking at, put it on my like list the other day. It doesn't look like it's got a whole lot going on. And it's a Brazilian computer stock and doesn't look like it's looking too healthy at the moment anyways right now. EWZ. What has Brazil done since it had its election a week or 3 ago, whatever that was? Oh, ouch. Look out, Brazil. Jumped right back down, tested this line right here. That line's a big deal, right? Wild. Wild, wild, wild. All right. There's a few people shouting the all clear. Get into Brazilian stocks here. Whoops. Guess not. Not yet. Maybe they're just early, right? Is that what we that's what we say when that happens? They're just early. Anywho, as the Eagles once said, life on the fast lane, right? Again, anybody with questions, fire those away, please. So, those are a few things I tried to look at. Like I said, I took the one trade in MGNI. There's some other stuff that looked even better than that, but I didn't get it today, and that's just the lay of the land on occasion. VTNR. There's a refinery showing some strength and resilience again today after earnings. Got shellacked yesterday. And yeah, it's about, what I got to go over here right now, folks. Well, we can take a look at what's coming through the strength alerts here. Or it's not really strength alerts, just the TI strength scan. So PARR. Wow, I like this one. Look at that. Moving sideways for a couple of days here. Energy again. Like that, right? Bit of a flag forming here. Generally, you like a flag to kind of go this way. But argument for that being a flag can certainly be made. I'd make the argument. Lifetime highs on 28. Yes, sir, Bob. BECN. I don't like you as much. Not too far off a lifetime high. Just not crazy about this chart, although someone could argue the symmetrical triangle happening right here after earnings. AVXL. That's an interesting chart, right? I know it's life sciences, but let's just look at it anyways. Above this level, you got a quick mountain to climb up to 18 after that. Not saying it gets there. I'm just saying there's pointing out the potential. Bottomed out in June, right? June and May bottomed here. Moving up again afterwards. That was a nice cup and handle right there, as a matter of fact, right? Could it be another cup and handle forming right now? Could be. It's a very nice looking stock. Very nice chart. Let's do that. Clean energy, right? CLNE, it's clean energy fuels. Yeah. How do we feel about this one, folks? So it went bonkers back here. Low drawing tool work. Held this $5 level pretty well in here. Again, bottom back out in June. So I'd say you want to get up above that level right there, whatever level that is, and hold up above it. Let's draw a line. So up above this $7 level, holding up above that. Maybe we can raise this. Let's see one 730 or so. Look at the significance that it had here. The significance that level had here, 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 and here, right? So I think that's above here. You got some potential below here. You're coming back down to $6 essentially. Again, none of these are promises or anything, but that's what I'd be looking at. WTI was trade of the week a couple of weeks ago, I think. Right? Yeah, WTI was trade of the week a couple of weeks ago. So now, I look at this chart. I don't like that chart as much as I like this chart. this chart looks stronger to me than WTI. Both energy. This chart looks stronger to me than WTI right here. This looks much stronger than WTI. MGY, which was this week's trade of the week, doesn't look as good as those other ones do to me. Sandridge. This one doesn't look as good as those other ones do to me. A does not look as good to me. So I don't know. That's my take on those. Silk Road Medical. I was going to say Silk Road. Ain't that something? Press this chart out a little bit. That's interesting, right? Clearing above that level is important because look how that climb that it can make. $50 obviously is a challenge for it from earnings, I'm guessing. That gap up and then a reverse and then, another gap up today and kind of drifting a little bit on that. I like this chart. This is a good chart right here. That's a really good chart. Very nice chart. EGIO, what happened there? BINGO. EGIO, and Ego was his name. Iago. EGO. I playing the penny movers. Big gap down and big reversal. Huge reversal on this. Holy cow. Look at that bottoming shadow. Good for you. Not my cup of tea, but good for you. NOG, that's Northern, right? Northern Gas, right? Yeah, Northern Oil and Gas. It's a good looking chart. It's a really good looking chart. I mean, a big move was made in it today, obviously. A big move in it today, but you get above there, you got 39, and then you got a long time before you got to go back, hit the way back machine. You got to come all the way back to 4 years ago. It's really hard to believe saying 2018 was 4 years ago, but there you have it, sports fans, to the next level of resistance. So NOG, yeah, very solid look, very, very solid looking chart. And, it doesn't really look like it's gotten ahead of itself. It's really just kind of, made this run here and then a collapse, right? Moved up, held, has moved up and just really held and grinding along. It really looks ready, NOG. That's a great looking chart. I have no idea, Michael Anthony's CPI report. I mean, the cost of living is still going up over 7% month over month right now. It's just going up slightly less than it was before. So, I mean, here, do you want my real take on it? Here we go. Here you go. Look at this tweet. I'm going to bring up this tweet for you. That's the wrong thing. Wrong tab. All right. Here's 7% inflation in February. That's how everybody's reacting. 7% inflation, 7.7 now. I mean, literally, what's the difference? There's no difference, right? So here we reacted very poorly to it. Here we reacted very positive to it. If you can explain that, Write a book because you'll make a lot of money. I have a feeling you should be an economist. I really got nothing on it, you know. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but I guess it doesn't have to make sense. That's the beauty of it all. Here we go. There we go. 7% inflation in February, 7.7%, 7.7 in February, 7.7 now. Explain it to me. Why was it bad here? Why was it good here? I have no idea. Doesn't make any sense to me. Has no logic behind that whatsoever. But those be the facts, folks. I just got the secret scan, so I see how it is. Anyways, let's plow through. We got just about a minute left in the market. Let's plow through a few more charts because there's not much else to go on. That's a garbage chart. I just wish so many of these nice looking charts weren't pharmaceuticals. This is a great looking chart again. Look at this. Bottom back here and just, you know, grinding higher. Great looking chart here off that bottom. Gets above that level, gets above 13. Look out, man. It's not a big float either, so you don't got to worry about anybody trying to pump it, or at least smaller rooms and stuff like that trying to pump the stock. $14. That's not $13. $14 is everything on this thing. You slide above 14, and then you're really kind of looking towards that 18 level afterwards. Anyways, I think it's a pretty healthy looking chart, all things considered. That is not a healthy looking chart as far as I'm concerned. Then again, what do I know? ACM, not to be confused with AMC. Sitting right near all-time highs. Engineering services. $80 is everything on this stock. Beautiful. Another cup and handle. What about job? Snoop Doggy Dogg. You need to get a jobby job. I wish this bug would stop bothering me. I don't do penny stocks, sir. I mean, you know, the gap here, I guess. You can work into that gap. But stocks like this are a lottery ticket as far as I'm concerned. Is this even well, it's an Amex traded stock. I mean, it's at risk of probably being delisted at this point as well. So I wouldn't be putting any money. I don't like putting money to work long term. And first off, I don't like stocks under $2. I generally don't like stocks under $8. So we can start there. But because I've gone back to day trading a bunch this year, I pushed it down to 4 and then I pushed it down to 2. But when it comes to my swing trading, I'm not looking at stocks under probably $10, to be honest. That's all well and good. They're fundamentals, but the stock price, the stock chart tells me that there's nobody interested in the stock, literally nobody. And if they can't get this back up above listing requirements, they'll be delisted, and that'll be the end of anybody invested in its money. So that's why I just don't bother with charts like this. There's no reward situation that makes sense to me in that. But that's just me. AES. So back up here right near all-time highs. Again, tough because we've had a rally. So is it just rising tide lifting all boats on this thing, or is this a strong chart? Half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. My street rapping skills, yeah, I had to retire from that. There's no money in it for me. I couldn't just keep giving away all my great raps for free. Anyways, Associated Bank Corp. Another one sitting not that far off all-time highs. All-time high is 29, and we're at 25. 25 is a pretty big deal. You're looking at what more down that level down there. So we're just trying to draw. And again, anybody that's in here, you got a question on the actual platform itself, don't be shy. Fire those questions into the chat panel for me if you got a trade ideas question. Other than that, I guess we'll just kind of keep on keeping on. I want to save the ETFs for tomorrow. BJ's Wholesale Club. It makes another all-time high again today. Bottomed hard in June. I don't think it really bottomed compared to the rest of the market. I don't think that was much of a bottom. Beautiful move out of it. Above 80. Nothing but blue skies in front of this thing right now. Nothing but blue skies. Got earnings coming up. I wouldn't be surprised if their earnings were good, only because with the way inflation has been, I bet more people have decided, well, let me see about a BJ's membership or how I can get one or piggyback off someone's BJ membership or something like that. Trying to get a break on all the foods that we need to eat. So I wouldn't be surprised. But that is one hell of a chart right there. No, I didn't even have these sorted the right way. Sort them by score. Oh, no, that's not going to fly. Well, yeah, no, that's not going to fly. Let's go back to date. We talk about FULT. I don't remember talking about this one. This is a really great looking chart right here. Look at this. Cup and handle look again. You got a nice move, consolidate. Sellers came in, couldn't take it down that day on that bottoming shadow. Bang. There's all-time highs right there. That is a serious looking chart. TXRH. Who are you? What are you doing? Food, service, and drinking places. Oh, Texas Roadhouse. Hey, this is the one, Peter, I think you were saying that they've got some good food or something. You were talking about their garlic bread, maybe, if I remember correctly. They got a nice looking chart here, too. 110 is their lifetime high. That's back here. Beautiful cup and handle right there. Let's draw that as the cup and handle that it is. Not a perfect cup and handle, but then again, what is in pattern rec? Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Earnings are behind it too. Nice and liquid stock. RPM. Another one, all-time highs. You're looking at nothing but blue skies. That was obviously everything. This level was everything to the stock. Of course, $100 will be no less important, as that is as big of a hurdle as they get. Paint and coating manufacturing. Yeah, that's serious. That's a serious looking chart again. Man, there are some gems in this right now. Even without the gap up that we had today, there's some really good looking stuff in here. I mean, it just makes it that much better, to be honest, though. CTAS. This is an expensive one, but not far off. There's your all-time highs back here again. 461.44. You're sitting at 444.51. And again, you know how I like to draw lines. This area in here, I'm bringing it up and down between, is huge. Huge, huge, huge. So another great looking chart here. But this one, you know, if I was a player in this one, which I'm not, nor will I be, I would consider the range that this thing can move when share sizing. You know, it went from 440 to 370, right? That's a pretty big range. Even on a percent basis, that's pretty solid. So this thing can make some huge moves, and you do not want to be caught on the wrong side of something like this. Denny's. I haven't ate at a Denny's in probably 20 years since I ate at Denny's, to be honest. Used to go there a good amount after work back in the day. Yeah, breaking above that $12 level, you know, you start to climb this level towards 14. Not too shabby. Not shabby at all, to be honest. I wouldn't be a participator myself, but you know, broke that 10 level, really made a move. Consolidated here, breaking that 12, making a move. You know, 14 doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility, to be honest. Earnings are well behind it. I will note this. Excuse the yawn again. It was doing 2.6 times what it's normally doing for volume, which put it up over 1 million shares. So this thing trades under 500,000 shares per day on average. You know, we're looking back like this. So obviously, we've got some bigger volume days that do crop up on it fairly often. So it's no stranger to heavier liquidity and volume. But just, you know, pointing these things out because I noticed them. Yeah. BWXT. Huge move in that today. Earnings play from a couple of days ago. Not quite the fan of this chart as I have been some other ones, but I would say, you know, up above this 60 level, that does make it a bit stronger. Then you're looking at obviously here and here. Lifetime high is 72.18, which is going to be right there. So there's some, you know, some big levels that way. Below this gap, I'd say look out. So, you know, this looks like to be maybe we call this a 1. We could call that a 1.3. So like a 1.3 risk or reward to a 1 risk here. For those of you keeping score at home. So I don't like it as much as I've liked some of the other charts, but it's not a bad chart, just not as good. Again, these are just personal opinion. IBN, India Banking. It's not really, that's not the name of it, but ICICI Bank engages provision of banking and financial services, which include retail banking, corporate banking, and treasury operations. It operates through the following segments, blah, 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 blah. Huge float. But not a bad move. Maybe it's looking to get a little exposure to India. It's sitting here at basically all-time highs, just off all-time highs. HUBB, Hubbell. all-time highs, blasted right through them by almost $10 today. Beautiful trend in it. So you got a bottom and a retest of the bottom. So it's a double bottom in hindsight. Those are both what would be called atom bottoms. Eve bottoms are more rounded. Atom bottoms are more pointed. Electronic connector manufacturing. Okay, we did PARR. We did AVXL. I've got an I for you. National Vision Holdings. So a nice trend off of this move here. So was that the capitulation it needed to get back on track? Maybe. Taking out some big levels here. Up above 40, you're looking, I'm guessing that's like 46. Let's see. Yeah, about 46, give or take. So not a bad looking chart, all things considered. Len, is that Lennar? Right? Yeah, Lennar. So you got a home builder here. I would be skeptical of the home builders. But, fortune favors the brave, let's call it. So if you decided that we really did bottom here and above this level is a big deal to you, again, there's your lifetime high. So not a bad looking chart, not a good looking chart. On a bigger scale, on a bigger picture, came down here, pierced COVID highs, clearly piercing COVID highs, pre-COVID highs, excuse me. TMHC. Again, some of these charts look better because of what happened today. Not going to do it here for me, though. And again, it's things that are constructive, not far off that all-time high right there, 35.51. But I need a little more out of that for me. Double KR. Sounds like a radio station, right? Yeah, I'm going to pass on that. ASML, an expensive one. That's going to be a no for me, dog. Interestingly enough, look at that. Didn't like that. Look at the score on it. 77, didn't care for that. 84, wasn't thrilled with Lennar. 84. I did like a lot better than the rest. Didn't really care for this one. 83. The score seems to matter. KBH, more home builders showing up here. Maybe I shouldn't be so hard on the home builders. No, I don't like that chart at all. There's the only thing I like about that chart is today, and I don't even like it that much. VSCO. So we're starting to move down to the not so great scores here, it looks like. Might do it. VSCO. So there's a bottom in the summer, slightly higher bottom. You're going to need to take that out. And even when we take that out, this whole area is going to be trouble. And then this here area could be trouble. $50 plus all that resistance. So no, don't like that stock at all. What are you? Oh, it's Victoria's Secret. Yeah, no. Maybe a no for me, dog. I don't know, perhaps they'll have a good Christmas season. Retailers generally do. They'll probably have some sales that push their numbers, but not how I would trade it, because I wouldn't trade it, period. Again, anybody with questions, fire those away for me here. Kind of drifting in the wind, going over all these charts here. Drifting in the wind. Excuse the yawn again. All right, I guess we'll take another 2 or 3 minutes here, and let's look over some evening scan stuff, see if anything there is different from what we just went over. So we already talked about that. I don't think there's any long-term case here at the moment. TG, TX, no, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No. 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 Boy, they're not looking too promising here. We already looked at Sunrun, yes. I think we looked at this already. Yeah, this was news driven. This was not earnings driven here. I think there's some news in California about solar panels again and roofs or something. All right, so far, pretty ugly looking set of charts. Extremely disappointing. Okay, this is the closest to a good looking chart that I've seen so far. And someone say, well, why is that? And I would say, well, bottom back here in May, and we've been making some higher lows for the most part. Can't take out that 20 level, though. That's a big deal. But we take out that 20 level, and then you're looking at, 27, give or take, 26, 27. You could argue a case for either one. So that's not a bad looking chart. KRNT. Nope. RVLV, nope. I'm skipping TQQQ because we all know that's not going to be anything. Nope. Bearsite. I've seen you a little bit lately. We're not seeing you for a long time. No. Yes, but no. Flowers. No. CAE. Nah, I don't think so. I mean, look, day or two this way, and I guess big float though. So you're gonna need some of the bigger players to step in there to move that price. You gotta be confident that they want to be at the table on that one. Nope. One day doesn't make it. Twist. Which drug company that I was looking at, I have no idea. It could have been either one. I mean, we've gone through hundreds of charts this week, probably. I mean, it's entirely possible. I looked at this one. Plenty of liquidity, crazy liquidity. 9 million shares traded, just doing over what it's normally doing. Trying to look good, trying to be brave after those earnings. So, above this level here, then you're looking at 12, then you're looking at whatever that is, and then you're looking up here towards 14. But again, it's a pharmaceutical company, so you could wake up tomorrow and that thing could, look. We obviously see what this thing can do. It closed up here at 14, opened down here at 10, or it was at 10 a couple of days later. So 1.2 billion in the float. So that means there were some major people that were not happy with whatever went on here. And, tried to get back into this gap here and couldn't really do it. So, this thing has made lower lows for a long time. There's a low, a lower low, a lower low. Could this be a higher low? Time will tell. But, there's a high, there's a lower high, and this high is essentially that high. So it needs to make a higher high as well. They're going to play a dividend. Okay. So it's a big company. I'm guessing they can afford that kind of thing. Okay, last one I'll look at, MGNI. Oh, we talked about that. So yeah, news headline, news drone. There's a lot of resistance. You got $10, then you got whatever this is, this and this, Every one of these could play a role right now. Big float, though. Not huge, but good size float. So we shall see. All righty, folks. That is going to be a wrap for me on the day here. As always, thank you very much. Tomorrow is Friday. We'll close out the week. It's been a wacky, wacky, wild, wild week. I expect tomorrow to be no different. And by no different by being wacky and wild, if it was a completely normal tamed morning tomorrow and we didn't gap up much and the stock market just either drifted down for the day or drifted up for the day, that would be abnormal, right? That would be wacky as compared to what we've seen. So I won't be shocked by anything it does tomorrow. I'll just be as ready as I can to trade that price action. That's all there is to it. We'll run down some ETFs tomorrow, assuming we have time. If it's, much like this last couple of weeks have been, where it's been pretty much radio silence on your folks' end. Run down the ETFs and we'll round out the week like that. As always, I thank you all for your comments, questions, and your interactions. Barry will have us open at 9 a.m., give or take, tomorrow morning. Mr. Andy Lindloff will be taking over noon Eastern for an hour. Back to Barry and then over to me, and that will round out our trading week. As always, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day on the spinning globe we call Earth. And we will talk to you tomorrow, folks. Adios.